Hello, everyone. Okay. Morning, everyone. This is going to be absolutely dog shite. One is Manfrog. I'll use his name once here. Nigel Farage, the MP for Clacton. Poor Clacton, I feel for you. The other one is Alistair Campbell. He was the communications expert for Blair. So you can imagine what he's like. Shame to say he is Scottish. Trust me, we're not all like him. Ugh. But watching them metaphorically take lumps out of each other. On question time. It's infuriating, but it's good to see what it's actually like, what the political debate is like here in the UK. People like Farage shouldn't exist. They really shouldn't. Neither should his four other comrades who fucking joined him in the House of Commons. Seriously, one of them got arrested for domestic abuse. Shit. McMurdoch's his surname. Damn it, I can't remember the bastard's first name. Huh. Okay, let's get into this. Watch this absolute dog shit. Thank you, Helena, for recording this and putting it on YouTube.
I never miss. I can't. Yes.
How do we balance controlling our borders, welcoming diversity and addressing pressure on local communities and services?
Right, how do you balance controlling our borders, working diversity, and at the same time address pressure on communities and services? So,
Also,
let's look at legal matters.
before we start, the worst framing here, I hate this framing where it's just like, the only reason you'd be pro-immigration is because you welcome diversity.
Hi,
Now, I
Shanna,
think
darling.
diversity is fine. I have lots of good things to say about a diverse society. But
What's your... No. Thank you, my dear. I'm going to reach out to people in the new year. December's a busy time of month for me. I've managed to... I got my super hubby to go out and buy my sweetie their birthday present. It's their birthday on Tuesday. They're going to be 25. And she's like me, she likes Lush. And her favourite one is a really good one called Honey, I Washed the Kids. It's her favourite one, so I bought her a bar of soap and the shower gel. Okay, thank you. What we're about to watch here is Manfrog, Nigel Farage, MP for Clacton, and Alistair Campbell, the communications expert for Blair. also known as war criminal, or the pair of them are war criminals, obviously. So they're basically hacking metaphorical lumps of each other, and Manfrog is fucking detestable in this debate. Plus, you've got Jackie Smith. She was in Blair's cabinet. Oh, and Kevin Hollinrake. Is he in her shadow cabinet? A Tory shadow cabinet minister. So this cabinet, this panel on Question Time from Thursday night, it's just pure cancer, really. Just evil all round. Ugh. But watching those two literally yell at each other, they're literally on the far ends of the stage from each other, and they're yelling at each other. Very dignified.
But I mostly am pro-immigration, firstly from a libertarian lens. I think that people should have the right to be able to cross borders and choose the future for themselves. But second, of course, it's good for the economy. We have an ageing population. I'm not really that fussed about whether or not that they're coming here because it makes our country more diverse. I don't place any moral weight to that or not. It's fine. It's not relevant to me. And then saying, well, the pressure on local communities. I think you'll find the pressure on local communities is going to be incredibly high if there's nobody to do any of the jobs because half our country is people who are retired.
I personally support immigration just because it annoys Nigel Farage.
I mean, if there's anything worth supporting, it's worth supporting for that reason.
Illegal migration in 2023 was nearly 1 million. Illegal migration is a tiny fraction of that, it's just 3 to 4%. Legal migration is by far and away the largest part. And of course, this happened on your watch, Kevin.
It did, yeah. The bar was set far too low in terms of migration, no doubt about it. We failed on it. And we couldn't control our borders until 2020. And I think most people that I speak to do want to control our borders. We now have the controls at our disposal.
This is Kevin Hollinrake. He is a Tory. If they wanted to stop legal, as in you have a right to come here, you're coming here to do something that we desperately need. There's a reserve list of occupations. You can go and check it out. We're needing workers in construction. We need the NHS is constantly on that list for obvious reasons. People learn. They do medicine here. Got some of the best niche here in the world for medicine, especially here in Glasgow, and biomed as well, and physical, immunology, virology, biological sciences, other support type things in NHS, radiographers, all these kind of tech ones where you do like MRI, stuff like that. We need hundreds of those. And obviously we need more doctors and nurses. So if people learn here, but because they pay shit in the NHS, they fuck off out the country to other countries who recognise our qualifications from the universities, and they just leave. They do all their training here, then they do the residency for, 2 or 3 years, depending on what their specialty is, then they fuck off. Because they don't get the pay they deserve. Funny that. A lot of them go to Canada and Australia, oddly enough. Commonwealth countries who actually pay their staff decently. Curious, isn't it? So the Tories trying to bring down legal migration is a losing endeavour. They've never fucking understood that. And illegal migration is minuscule.
We didn't set them in the right place for whatever reason.
What's interesting is having done this programme for a while, and quite a lot of it during Conservative government, I don't remember anyone from Conservative government sitting there whenever migration came up saying, yeah, we've really screwed this up. Whereas now, every Conservative that comes on says, yeah, we got all that wrong.
Do you want me to be honest or not?
I do. A bit of honesty when you're in government might have been good too.
I'm honest about all the way through my 9 years in politics. But the situation we have now, we have the controls at our disposal. We've already started to tighten those controls. Not enough, in my view.
Who is
but
we?
did that when we were in office.
We're not in
So that's why
government.
you saw a 20% drop in recent figures.
Good point, Kev.
So we can control this. As the leader opposition has said, Kemi has said, we want this way below the 350. It's about to 700 at this point in time. So we need to secure the borders. It should be us deciding who comes to this country in terms of legal migration. That's a relative.
So you weren't deciding when you were the government. You weren't even deciding who was coming in. Like, so were you opening? Were you running an open borders? Is this you literally saying you were running an open borders system? I mean, you weren't. You're just lying again. But like, the logical conclusion is that you weren't deciding, and therefore we were just a sponge for Europe's storm-tossed masses.
Simple exercise to do. We've tightened up things like
Is it
student
simple?
visas.
Because
It's
part of the
simple
reason,
things
part of
to
the reason legal migration is only part, because actually quite a small part of them are actually workers, but nonetheless they are workers that are being used in this country. So if Kemi is talking about 350,000,
Excuse
No,
me.
she's talking about 350. She's talking about a figure way lower than 350.
okay, and what kind of time frame realistically could one expect that?
We can't do anything probably
No,
till
I know you
2029.
can't, but nonetheless, if you're saying
but
this,
let
you
me-
must have some idea in your head.
Well, these controls can be put in place very, very quickly. The controls we've already put in place have reduced it over a short period of time by 20%.
There are trade-offs, those jobs need to be filled by
In
somebody.
2029, we get elected, this could be down to the...
Seriously? You think you're going to get elected again? You're mad. Especially not with her as your leader now. What I'll add to this is when my generation start to retire, the first Gen Xers, the older Gen Xers, they're going to be retiring in the next 6 to 7 years. So in the next sort of 6 to 12 years, there's just going to be a glut of people retiring that are going to come straight out of the economy. You think that's going to be bad? So if you do get back in power, then yous are fucked. And when the rest of us, my cohort, the younger Gen Xers, when we retire, that means the economy is fucked. We're the ones that do most of the work. Don't get me wrong, there are still some boomers. Christ knows why. They're still working, but when the Gen Xers, who are the vast majority, and the older millennials, when we all start retiring in the next 25 to 30 years, the government, whoever's in charge at that point, you better hope and pray that the immigration gets changed so you allow the people in to actually keep the economy going and to keep paying into the tax fund, the national insurance fund to pay for my fucking retirement. Because I can't go back into work. I'm physically incapable of it. So you've got most of the boomers essentially retired now. So just you wait until the Gen Xers, which is the vast majority of the economy at the minute, when we all start retiring, the economy is going to take a fucking hit without that immigration that we fucking need. Either that or you're going to have to get the millennials to start breeding. Good luck with that. Oh God. Wish Cappy luck for me. I have faith. Because the peer reviews are good people. And you probably know lots of tips and tricks on how to get through your jobs. Or to do your things. I will be thinking of you. Seriously, if I could explain it to these Tories and these Labour nutters, you're in for a world of hurt when Gen X starts retiring. Right? So you're either going to have to up the wages so you get people, British people, to go into these jobs, or if you want to keep the wages low, bring in immigration. Make everything safe and legal. Because there is no illegal immigration. Is what does hell I call it? Crap. There's no such thing as illegal immigration. As a concept, that doesn't exist.
Numbers that people think is right, which
So-
I think we are way too high right now. There's no question about it. The other aspect to this, of course, is that illegal migration, which is we've been frustrated every single turn in terms of illegal migration by the Labour Party. 134 times they've voted against Rwanda. We know it is a deterrent. We know that other countries are looking at this as a deterrent. It's the right policy, but this was frustrated every turn by Labour. We can put those controls in place.
You had a majority. If it didn't happen, that's because of you. You were doing illegal things. You were doing crimes. And the law said, can you not do the crimes, please? And you went, oh, see, we're being bound and restricted by law that we agreed to follow because we're the fucking government.
We will be able to put those provisions in place to control what must be.
The reason Rwanda doesn't work, there's legislation put past during the coalition, plus we've got international agreements. We couldn't do Rwanda because it breaks international law. So us bunging money to Rwanda was basically wasted money. We just gave them the money. Wasn't going to fucking happen. It wasn't going to get passed by the court. They were always going to say, excuse me, that's illegal, stop fucking doing that. Still wanted to do it though, because the Tories are ghouls. Ah! Fighting Gale, hello! Yeah, it's just migration. Yeah. Tell that to these Tory bastards. This one you're hearing talking right now is Kevin Hollinrake. He's a Tory. He's scum. But the biggest scum, we'll get to speak in a second. There's two either side of the panel. There's Manfrog, Nigel Farage, and Blair's main spin doctor, Alistair Campbell. Wait till you hear these two absolute wastes of humanity.
The most worried things I'm most worried about, which is illegal migration.
Nigel Farage.
How can you, as a Conservative Party, keep a straight face to this audience, to the nation, having promised in 2010, 2015, 2017, you'd reduce net migration to tens of thousands a year. In 2019, substantial reductions and net migrations nearly 1 million. You've broken your promise time after time after time.
But if you're honest with the people, Nigel,
you will never be forgiven for it. You haven't got a cat's chance in hell of winning the general election. Shame on you for what you've done. It was willful, it was deceptive, it was deliberate, and it was wrong. And the worst part of it...
And the thing is, I sort of echoing the point I was making, if you're an actual Conservative, why the fuck would you vote for the Conservative Party?
I like things. You can hate Nigel Farage, as I do.
Vitingale was one of my first mods. Bloody ages ago. How long ago did I make you a mod, Vitingale? Yeah, when I got that major raid from Adrian, I made you one of my mods. I thought I told you in Raptor stream, did I forget that? Sorry, Shanna, darling. Yeah, and Neuro Riot's my other one. We like Neuro Riot. They are good people. And she helped me get through a couple of my early troll raids, which was a few months ago. Don't get me wrong, if they want to come up against a mad Scottish woman, they're more than welcome to. I will take no shit. I've went through so much in my life to actually deal with idiots. I've dealt with them most of my life, so no. Bonk. Okay, back to Manfrog.
Can think that immigration is a good thing, as I do, but fundamentally, my biggest policy platform that I support is that of democracy and fulfilling the promises in your manifesto and the promises that you make to the people who elect you. And in 4 elections in a row, the Conservative Party said one thing and didn't just not do that, they did the complete opposite to factors of 10 outside of where they said it would be, in the opposite direction. This is such a gigantic, such a catastrophic democratic deficit, even though it's completely against things that I personally believe in. Nigel Farage, 100% correct. Like, he literally isn't wrong that it was deceitful and it shames them as a political entity, right? They keep getting elected on, they keep failing the promise. They should be consigned into the political wilderness forever. It's as simple as that.
The worst part of it, Ben asked about the impact on communities, the impact on services. The worst part of it
He also talked about welcoming diversity.
Well, we'll talk about diversity in a second. The problem with welcoming diversity is if you do it in too big a level, you get division. And we're seeing that in many of our towns. The last 2 million that came from outside the EU under your watch, only 16% of them are working.
Dog whistle. Do not listen to this bastard. That is a dog whistle. Yes, we know what he means. Stop it. Brad Manfrog.
Only 16% of that 2 million are working, which means they're dependents, which means they're using schools, the health service, all of these things. And we now know the truth.
Lots of them are students. But the biggest cohort of people who've been given visas to come here are coming here because they're students. So they're not using, or they are using schools. It's just the schools they're using are ones that they pay huge amounts of foreign capital to be able to use, that then makes us richer as a country and subsidises people in this country to go to university as well. That's the biggest cohort of people who come here as part of the figure that we've been quoting. It's families who come here as well, but they aren't working, so they are living off of foreign capital, again, which they're bringing to this country to increase our overall expenditure, right? That's obviously, of course, you'll need to be able to ensure that you have all of the different amenities, blah, 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 but you can spend all this extra foreign capital you get on those things.
Yes, they are.
The issue isn't that the people are coming here because they're providing lots of economic benefits. The problem is those economic benefits aren't being used to fund the additional infrastructure, the additional public services that we need to accommodate the increase in population, because Conservatives hate public spending. They hate public infrastructure. They hate the state doing anything, because that's socialism.
That selective immigration can be very good for diversity, very good for the economy, very good for all of those things. And you could argue that for decades, up until the early 2000s, it was working really well. But now, not only is it a catastrophe for people's way of life, not only does it deny them access to services, mass immigration is making Britain poorer. And the fact that Keir Starmer today doesn't seem to think it's a priority shows you that with these two parties, it is only going to get worse.
Now, do you be honest with people?
We need a complete... We need to leave the ECHR so we can deport people that come illegally and take back control of our borders and our lives.
You be honest with people.
And that's what the public wants.
You know...
Shut the fuck up, Manfrog. If any government attempts to do that, to leave the ECHR, pretty sure most British people will stop yous trying to take away our human rights. We'll fucking have yous. Where are we? I am looking for... there we go, there's Helena. Aha, here we go. There's her. One.
We could not control our borders for 2020. Following that year of COVID...
Again, the asylum claims, even the however many Ukrainians and people from Hong Kong we took in, is a tiny percentage of that overall net migration figure. Most of these people came in, had visas, whether it is to work, to study, or family reunion. The biggest three of those things, right? Irregular migration, so a mixture of regular asylum seekers and irregular, or people who've been given asylum claims, actual refugees coming over, because you get your refugee claim processed before if you come from Hong Kong or Ukraine. Funny how they get theirs processed before. Weird, isn't it? Your people fleeing from Syria or Iraq or whatever, they have to go via a small boat via an irregular means, because there's not weird how it's very difficult for them to have their claim processed outside the UK. Weird how those countries have their claims processed after arriving on small boat, and the other countries have their claims processed outside the UK. Weird how that distinction's just happened in the way that it has. Don't know why that is. But yeah, so that is the problem. So still, of all of that tiny amount of the overall migration, it's mostly regular migration with visas.
Now we've got levers at our disposal.
In 2023,
you know that's true.
In 2023, we were not taking people from
You are
Ukraine.
not the only person
we were not
in this
taking people from
argument
Hong Kong.
who's concerned about migration.
We were not. Well,
we are also concerned about migration. I personally am
if you were concerned, I'm amazed you stood for the party again at the general election, giving that level of betrayal. It is shameful.
We made a mistake. We made a mistake.
Okay, all right.
Yes, of course, a mistake.
Bring the rest of the panel
40
in.
years of mistakes.
Yeah, they're not mistakes. You deliberately did this because you knew the reality of the situation. In which case, you have to be honest. You can't lie to the people and get away with it consistently time after time like that. If you think it's that important for the economy that we accept huge numbers of people, you have to be honest with people, and then they can say, well, we don't want that. We as Conservatives don't want that fucking thing.
If the immigration numbers had gone up after 2019 because of all of the different things happening around the pandemic and labour shortages and the difficulty with regards to there being this kind of pause on migration that then all restarted all at the same time in 2023 when the economy reopened, right? You'd be able to get away with it. You'd be able to get away with saying, well, we made a mistake and things were different and there were specific factors around COVID that made this different. But you cannot claim it to be a mistake when you run 4 elections in a row on reducing migration and increase it every single time. That's not a mistake. That is you doing something deliberately.
Yeah.
Alistair.
I mean, I'm glad that the question was framed in the way that it was, because I think most people in Britain are tolerant up to a point, but they want to know that there is a system, that there are rules, and that they work. And what's happened in recent years is that the systems and the rules, frankly, appear to have broken down. I think Labour actually are starting to get a grip of it. I think the returns, we've seen the figures this week on the returns, which are pretty good. But at the risk of triggering Nigel again, I'm going to mention,
Here we go.
I'm going to mention the B word. Because Brexit was about getting your borders under control.
Yes.
Since Brexit, we have lost control. So the people...
Why?
The people that were coming here...
The Dublin Protocol.
Not to stay for long. Polish, French nurses, Polish plumbers, often who were going back, they've left because we've left the European Union and been replaced by hundreds of thousands of people and their dependents from Nigeria, from India. Now, is that what Nigel Farage wanted when he was telling you that we were going to get control of our borders? Is that what Boris Johnson did?
To be fair, and one is loath to be fair to Nigel Farage, but undoubtedly, if like his plan had come to fruition, not only would you have gotten control of the borders, blah blah blah, but he wouldn't have then also been so desperate to get a free trade agreement that he was just going to allow basically half of India to move here to become a student. Well, that's not what he'd have allowed to happen because
No, that's true. And he wouldn't have relaxed the student visa rules like Boris Johnson did in 2019, right?
Yeah,
like, it's interesting. I mean, you can't really point your finger at Nigel Farage on these things when he was never a government minister.
Exactly. Well, that was the problem with Brexit. You had Boris Johnson, who at the time wasn't a member of the government. You had Nigel Farage, not a member of the government. The Scottish, I've forgotten her fucking name now, the lesbian Tory.
Ruth Davidson.
Ruth Davidson, again, not a member of the British government. All making promises about what was definitely going to happen by the British government if you voted for a thing that they had no say in possibly implementing.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That can't go wrong.
Promised you when he was telling you all those lies. And all I'd say, and the other point I would make, is that you had Rory Stewart on the panel last week. I know that, my podcast co-presenter, and he made a point which we both think is incredibly important in this debate. Because we're an ageing population, when I was growing up, people were getting their pension, there were 20 people of working age for every pensioner, and they were working. Now you've got fewer than 3. So the idea that we can cope with this ageing population and a low birth rate without thinking and understanding we have to get people from abroad coming to work here.
No, we could just tax the rich people.
The important thing, though, is whilst we should be taxing rich people, and we should use that to make sure that people have more dignity in old age and have more kind of dignified pension rather than having to rely on becoming a landlord. It's not just people paying taxes for the pensioners by having enough working people paying taxes. It's also about the productive capacity of the economy, because otherwise, if you have loads of pensioners who are buying products, who are buying things with money from pensions, and not enough people producing those products, creating the supply, that's going to be inflationary. And inflation is really bad and will make everybody poorer regardless of...
He's 67. And he's from Keighley in Yorkshire. And he went to Bradford Grammar School. Oh, he went to grammar. Then he went to Gonville and Keys at Cambridge. Oh, Christ, I've got a horrible fucking feeling about this one. Alistair Campbell. Please tell me he didn't do PPE, for the love of God. I surely hope it was either English or journalism, or both. Must admit, he is looking kind of rough. It's the West Riding of Yorkshire. Thank you. Let's see. He worked with the Prince of Darkness himself, Peter Mandelson. No surprise there, really. Education in early life. Not bad. Modern languages, French, German and Italian. And he got an upper secondary, he got a 2-1. Not bad, Alistair. I will give you your dues for studying something other than PPE. Huh. Not bad. Oh, Christ, fuck, I may as well check. Nigel Farage. Let's see. He's only 3 years older than Campbell. He was 60 back in April. So he was older than I. He looks older than 60. So he's going to be 61 next year. 3rd of April. Mark it in your diaries, people. He started life in the Tory party, by the way. And he was also a commodities manager, so you can't fucking trust him. Okay.
how much you tax
Back
the
to the
rich.
brain
I
rot.
grew from
if
that.
they work. And that's why the
If they
rules and the
work.
systems have
It's
to
just
work.
interesting to see
So
how
you've got to
other
fix the
people
rules, you've got to fix the systems, but for
found their
heaven's
way
sake,
out of it
if you
as
follow
well.
this sort of demonising immigrants rhetoric of Trump and Farage and these
About wise.
guys,
I mean, I think
will
it's
actually
important
put people off
Oh,
even
dear.
wanting to come here to work.
They are in
So let's be open and honest
to talk
about the
about these
need for
things.
migration. Let's
I'm
get the rules
very,
and
I'm
systems.
I'm very
not being
open
told
about
by a
like who I
professional
used to
liar,
watch,
let's be honest.
like where I used to be
He's literally the only thing
back
you are
then,
known for
because I
is
think
being
it's important
literally
to
paid
show
to be one of the most
people that like
effective
not
liars in
everyone
the history of the world.
has like the starting position of being like super base, super woke, right? Like we all kind of start somewhere further away and then come to like that realization.
Oh. Oh, that happened. That's weird. Oh! Oh, that's a cute wee emote. Nice one, Adrian. Oh, I like that. So if you heard someone else speaking there, that was Doodlebird. Oops.
See, well, Kevin, you say that he doesn't have a plan for migration. And in fact, I'm on good terms in knowing that he has a whole dossier on it.
He does. Did you know migrants can get here in 45 minutes or less?
Good reference.
Thank you all.
In place, and let's make them work, and let's stop demonising anybody who is not what we consider to be British.
Let's hear from our audience. Man in front of the blue sweater.
Legal migration, yes, I agree with it. We need it, and we should do it, and it does help
in the
with
numbers
diversity.
we have at the moment?
The numbers should be dictated by what the government says is where we need the places to be. At the moment, I feel we are rewarding illegal immigration, and people coming into this country are being paid to come here. Why do they not stop at other countries?
Whoa. What do you mean they're being paid to come here? Oh yeah, they get the wages for being an immigrant? What are you talking about?
I mean, what he's saying is that because we're paying money to house them in hotels and give them essentially welfare, we pay for their welfare whilst they're having their asylum processed.
Yeah.
That they're getting rewarded for being an irregular migrant. That's what he's saying. But of course, we wouldn't have to do this if we hadn't stripped away our asylum processing system when we did austerity from 2010 to 2016. And we can get these people in and out of asylum processing very quickly, like we did when we were processing double the number of asylum claims that we are now in the early 2000s and the start of the Iraq War, which obviously was something that caused the migrant crisis, right? So
Didn't help,
it's perfectly reasonable and acceptable to not pay £5 billion a year or whatever it is.
There, I forgot it earlier on. Irregular migration, not illegal. It's irregular. Because there is no such thing as illegal migration. It doesn't exist as a concept. Not real. Irregular, yes. You've came into the country in in irregular means or fashion. It's not illegal. You can't criminalise a person just for existing. Even though I'm pretty damn sure that this Tory governments of past fucking tried it. For fuck's sake, they tried to kill their own fucking citizens. Haha, they failed, they didn't get me. Seriously, these Tories are ghouls. And Labour isn't shaping up any better.
Is on asylum hotels. That is part and parcel of the stripping away of asylum processing. Clear the backlog, get asylum processors on the case, get these claims heard, and they'll be in and out of processing faster than you can think about it. And that £5 billion, that will disappear. But we have to stop thinking that we can just stop asylum seekers coming here. They have a right to claim asylum.
Come all the way here.
What do you mean they're being paid to come here? They're paying to come here.
Well, they're paid to get here,
Yes,
but when they're here,
yes,
they're
not
then being
paid to come here. They're paying to come
paid
here.
weekly to live here, and as you've already mentioned,
Immigrant hotels weren't a thing 10 years ago.
That money coming in that's getting spent is to house them and to treat them like human beings. So they stay there while their asylum claim is being basically not processed. Because, oh look, austerity has lasting damages. They were yelling at Gideon about that. Basically cutting his thing back to the fucking bone. Fix through for the sun is shining, sort of bollocks. Christ, I can't believe I still remember that fucking phrase from that bastard. Ugh. Fund immigration services, fund these things so you can deal with these asylum claims. And Helena says in a minute or two, 75%, so 3/4 of these claims are upheld. Because most of these people are coming from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. They're fleeing from oppression, from the fact that their country's been fucking destroyed by the West and their governments, essentially.
The Tories fucking this system up made that happen. We've always had asylum seekers coming into the country. We weren't paying $5 billion to house them in fucking hotels.
Nope, 100%.
Christ.
And again, if you can get their claims heard quickly and give them refugee status, then you'll get a job. You get a job with the rest of us. They're refugees. They can stay here and they can get a job,
Exactly.
right?
One of the grotesque things, which again adds to the cost and the disruption and the shittiness towards these people, is the fact that they were held in sort of limbo, which meant they couldn't go and get jobs. So you had restless, scared, poor people with lots of time on their hands. What could possibly go wrong?
I feel that Alistair's putting a spin on that there.
No.
I feel that we've had Tory governments, we've had Labour governments in my lifetime. They've all lost control. I feel like there's only one party that's going to control immigration in this country, and that's Reform. I'm afraid.
Someone here in the red jacket.
We already do control immigration. The whole point of it being quote unquote legal migration, I get regular rather than irregular migration, is that you have a visa. If you have a visa to come here, that means that it's controlled. They've not lost control. They have control. You just don't like the controls that they're implementing, and you're free to disagree. But to say that they've lost control is just nonsense.
Yep.
That are coming over on these boats, they're young men.
God.
They're not working.
If we let them, they will, because they need to live.
This idea that women are somehow noble refugees and men aren't. What else is that other than misandry? I don't know what else you could call that.
It is misandry, and it's a level of misandry and a level of racism, and it plays into this old fear of like they're coming over here to like impregnate our women and take over. They're a secret army amassing amongst us, a fifth column. This is age-old racism and age-old misandry, really. Yeah.
Let's go forward 5, 10 years. Where will they be then? Still in this country, not working?
No, if we process the asylum claims and they're allowed to stay, they will be allowed to work, and then they will work. If not, they will be removed.
Yes, that's how Kevin Logan there explaining the basics of asylum seeking to this woman who has come to the Question Time audience not knowing this incredibly basic international agreement that we've signed up to for 70 years.
Yeah, exactly. My advanced civics knows no bounds. Everybody.
And I'm a pensioner,
You fucking
we are
don't lie.
paying for these people. Day in.
No, presumably if you're a pensioner, you're not paying for these people.
In and day out for their accommodation. Where are they going in 5, 10, 20 years' time?
So can I ask you, do you think there are any grounds on which people should be able to come here and claim asylum?
No, Fiona!
That I think that
question her about the fact that she hasn't got a fucking clue how the asylum system works. Stop treating her like she's someone who has a question worth answering.
People should be allowed to come into the country is if they had the sufficient qualifications to do the jobs that we probably need.
And
that's not.
If you process their claims and get them through it and they pass, they pass the asylum request and they get allowed, they can go into work. If they've got the necessary qualifications, they've already went through the visa process. That's part of the legal migration that so many of you fucking boomers don't get. If they're on the reserved list of occupations that we're always screaming out for, they've already passed through, they've already got the visa and they're already here. The ones who are in the asylum hotels are what you'd call low economic migrants, who are going to the service sector that a lot of us don't want to do because they'll pay us like shit. God almighty. These people, I swear to God. We need the migration. You've got two options here. You allow the migration to happen and let these people come in to do the jobs that you don't pay us enough for because we've actually realised our worth. Or you pay better. You give us the money that we deserve for doing the job. There's your two fucking options. Allow these people in to do the low skilled or low paying jobs, as you call it. It's not low skilled. I shouldn't have said that. The low paying jobs that really shouldn't be low paid, but these people can come in. If you want to keep the wages that low, you have to let these people in. Or you up the wages. You get British citizens to do it. Well, maybe not me. Ah, fuck. Damn it.
Well, that's not how asylum seeking works. That's not based on any skill whatsoever. That's based on need and desperation. Like, that's... and again, like you say, in theory, you could shut off all skilled migration if you wanted to. That's perfectly within the power of the government to do.
And as far as asylum goes?
Believe in any asylum.
Okay. So you want to commit crimes then? Cool.
I really don't. I think we have taken more than our fair share in this country.
We haven't.
No, we literally haven't. Oh, God, we've taken a fucking trickle by comparison.
I mean, we've taken a reasonable amount. I'm not saying we haven't done anything, but in terms of per capita, we're behind like France, Germany, Italy, Greece, Spain, Portugal.
Yeah. And we're miles behind the countries of the Middle East, where most of these people are.
Yeah, like we've taken like factors of 10 fewer refugees than like Turkey and Lebanon.
I feel very sorry for the little towns, little villages that these people have been put, where people have lived all their lives and they're frightened.
Oh yeah, I feel really bad for the fucking villages that have had 2 people.
Do you feel sorry for the people who are fleeing war? Do you feel sorry for people fleeing persecution?
I think there's far too much made of this, that they're fleeing wars.
Okay.
Right. Jackie, you want...
I mean, we're literally the ones doing the wars? Like with the RAF inventory of bombs we've dropped on these countries, like, we are the ones doing that. Like, what do you think they're fleeing from then? Market Day?
Like, one of the biggest places is like Syria. It's funny though, for honestly, you couldn't make it up, right? One of the biggest countries in terms of people who come across the channel in with irregular migration to seek asylum, one of the biggest countries is Iraq, and she's having this conversation with Alistair Campbell.
Thank you.
Is there a war in Algeria? Is there a war in Morocco? Is there a war?
There's political repression.
And even then, very, very few people are seeking asylum from Morocco. Again, the 5 biggest countries are Iraq, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, and Sudan, of which all of those have had either wars or massive amounts of political turmoil, hence the guy who you have on stage in front of you.
Where are they coming from?
Well,
Syria?
Lost from Syria. One point, we're 5th in Europe. In terms of the numbers of asylum seekers, we are 5th in Europe. One of the ways that this debate has developed is the idea that they're all coming here.
Right.
Germany's number 1.
Okay. All right, let's let Jackie in.
Sorry, Jack.
Thanks, guys. I'm proud to live in a country, by the way, that provides shelter to people who have come from horrific circumstances. It's part of what it means to be British, to do that. also has to be a foundation of this country that we can control our borders and that we do that in a serious way that avoids some of the big
Yeah, I feel
gimmickry.
like that old redcoat bitch was a little bit too mask off. Nigel Farage probably wouldn't have been very happy with that. You've got to hide your power level far more concertedly than that.
That's true. I mean, Nigel Farage does a really, I say really good job, but like, I think he's very adept at hiding his power level, right? I mean, you saw the start of this thing going, well, actually, immigration worked before when it was a smaller number and in people integrated because there wasn't such mass migration, right? We had an excellent diversity that came here, but now there's the problem with the mass migration, right? He's couched it in the problem started with Blair rather than immigration itself as a problem, which is a way of couching the way that you think about these things to try and make it with broader appeal. And that lady was like, nope. No, if you're fleeing Syria, I don't care, drown in the channel, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That we've heard about the Rwanda scheme, which of course cost 700 million.
That's why Manfrog is so bloody insidious. You have to listen for the dog whistles from him. Don't worry, people like me exist. We'll educate you on what that stain of a human is. We all know what he means. He might couch it in nice maybe slightly shitey. He's always been a bit like that anyway. But you have to know what to listen out for and what he's actually talking about. That's why he's already said a couple of dog whistles tonight on Question Time. The man is pure garbage.
£1 million and sent 4 volunteers back to Rwanda. It means more than standing on a beach and pointing at the problem, Nigel. It means
predicting
down,
the problem.
It means
I
down,
predicted it. I was right.
It means getting down to the actual graft of what you have to do. And that means increasing the numbers of asylum claims that you are judging, and we've increased the productivity there. It means sending people back when they haven't got a right to be in this country, and we've increased the numbers of returns in the time that we've been in government. And it means properly integrating people and making sure that they are working and contributing to our communities if they've got a right to stay here. When it comes to legal migration, one of the things that I think is most shocking about the way that legal migration ballooned under the last government was the failure to recognise that a lot of that was in order to fill skills gaps that the last government did nothing to close. When I was in the Home Office in 2009, we began to think about how you could link whether or not employers bring people to this country with the extent to which they're also training their staff. I was gobsmacked when I got back into government as skills minister that nothing had happened on that over the period of the Tory government. So we've got to have a situation where people have a contribution to make to this country that we can't provide here, they should be welcome, but we can't simply solve our skills gap and support employers by not investing in our domestic pipeline of skills. And we've got to be able to do that in order to make sure that people do feel, and I understand the strength of feeling here, but people do feel that the system is fair and the system is controlled.
Let me hear this.
Jackie. Okay. Increase the wages. Make the working conditions better. Then you'll see British people actually applying for these jobs if it's a decent wage. Not this stupid 1221 that's going to be implemented in April. Still not enough. Definitely not enough in modern Britain. The price of just actually existing in this country now is ridiculously high, especially for people who pay private rents. They're barely scraping by. Barely. People like me who are on benefits who get their council tax and their rent paid for. And my rent is vanishingly small compared to what some poor renting people have to pay in the private sector. Dear God, the prices I've heard. Fucking madness. Pay people better. Make their working conditions better. Let people unionise. To campaign. To agitate for better work. Better paying conditions. It works. Trust me, you'd notice it working.
This is good rhetoric.
Oops.
I understand why they're saying this. I'm not going to rag on it too much. But the problem is, of course, is this just nonsense. Like, it's good rhetoric to say, well, we need some immigrants, but not so many immigrants that they cut away the skills gap for other people, young people to get jobs, right? People are very obsessed with young people getting jobs, as we saw from last week's show. The reason why we're not skilling people up is because, and we're importing people for these jobs, is because there is gigantic holes in the labour market. And you know that there are, because unemployment hasn't been this low since the 1970s. There's no massive glut of people who can fill these jobs. That's why there is such a gaping hole in places like in nursing and social care, like 6 figures worth of gaps in these sectors alone, which cannot be filled by just training up young people. And of course, the training will take time. We need those nurses now, and I think we should train these people, and I would absolutely welcome increases in the education budget. How that's going to happen, I don't really see it, given that we're not really looking at very large tax rises out of what we've gotten already. So we're going to need immigration in the short term. It's just a fact. It's just a fact.
Yep.
Recently, I went to the Holocaust Centre just outside of Newark, and it was a real wake-up call, because the Germany in the 1930s, they were suffering economic difficulties because of the reparations of the First World War.
The cheapest I've heard, this is in London only, Manchester's getting close. We could ask Kev what Birmingham's like. I'm sure he would know what the private rental market's like in Birmingham. But the prices I've heard for like London, for like basically that 1 bed, 1 bath, blah blah blah, what we'd class as a studio flat essentially up here is £1,250. Some of them go as high as like 2,100, depending on what part of London you're in. For a 1 bedroom flat, look at that. The 1 bedroom flat me and my super hubby were in before we got our flat. We were paying £230 a month, and it was a 1 bedroom flat in the far west end of Glasgow, a place called Scotstoun Hill. It was above a pub called Smuggler's Inn. Really good pub, oddly enough. Quite liked it. But we were paying £230 a month. But some of the prices for like London, parts of Liverpool, parts of Manchester, parts of York and stuff, the prices I've heard are just madness. Like 1,200 for a studio flat. You're having a laugh, aren't you? Really? Christ almighty. You can get a decent private rent 1 bedroom flat here in Glasgow for like, I know, 480, maybe up to about 650 a month, which seems cheap compared to some places. Once you get into like two bedroom flats and stuff like that, they're usually about 720 to about 800, and even at that, the West End in Glasgow is the one exception. They're closer to the Grand, but they're old Edwardian Victorian type houses, like Downhill, just off Byres Road and stuff. They're usually between 850 and maybe 1,100 a month. But these are gorgeous bay windowed, gorgeous flats. I've been in a few of them in my life. They are quite beautiful. But you're paying more because you're in the West End. And parts of the south side, the other side of the Clyde, they're a bit expensive as well, but they're all Edwardian. And some Victorian houses as well. An absolute menace to heat up, obviously, but they are gorgeous. But most of your new builds that get changed into like private lets, they're usually under 700 a month. Which isn't too bad, I guess. Still, you're paying more in a private rental than you would in social housing. So what I may as well say to you is the rent that I pay on my flat, which is currently getting fixed with damp and mould and other sorts of scary crap happening under the floorboards, I pay £181.39 a month. Well, my housing benefit does. That's how much my rent is for my one-bedroom flat in Springburn. It pisses off my niece. She's in a studio flat in Perth, and she pays $380 a month. I've never been in it. There's 82 steps to get up to her flat. I think that would probably kill me.
And there's people who were desperate and was looking for something to improve their life. And somebody will say, look, the problem with our society is the Jews. That's what's causing the problem. We will blame the Jews because they are ruining our country. Go forward now to this country. We are now blaming migrants. We are blaming immigrants for the ways in which our society is run. Migrants, illegal or legal, they weren't responsible for austerity. That was the Conservative government. Migrants and illegals were not responsible for Brexit. Migrants and were not responsible for Liz Truss's failure as leadership. And don't forget, because those populist policies in the 30s, a certain Adolf Hitler was elected.
Oh my God! You can't just. No, I mean, the point is it's really salient, right? I'm not going to rag on the point of view that he's putting forward here, but you can't just Godwin's law. You can't just Godwin's law. Like, you could have done this entire point and said, and what you should have also included is the financial crisis, right? If you really want to actually hit the nub of the point, the financial crisis is the issue. Like, there's a really great thing, a comment I saw in the Hassan interview on Pod Save America. And the comments was that the line should always be, immigrants didn't cause the financial crisis, and your landlord isn't a trans person. Anytime you ever bring up the culture war, just use this very particular line. Also, Ben, really good point in chat. No one ever makes the point that hundreds of thousands of Jews had their asylum applications unanswered or rejected during the Holocaust, and that's why we have the asylum system set up the way that we have right now.
Literally, Anne Frank, the most famous victim, was literally on a boat bound for New York, which was turned around because the asylum applications had been rejected by the United States federal government. She could have been saved. Her and her entire family could have been saved.
There was only one country in the world that unilaterally accepted Jewish refugees from the Holocaust, and it was the Dominican Republic.
Yep.
Same rhetoric, the same blatant.
The government, just before the start of the war, turned away hundreds of thousands of Jews before the start of the war. You might recognise this name, Winston Churchill. The man was a fucking monster. Can't believe he represented Dundee. Seriously, Dundee, why did you vote for that ghoul? Ooh. We turned away hundreds of thousands before the start of the war. And thousands of them went to the gas chamber because of us. We turned away Austrian, French, and other Jewish peoples from different countries that the Nazis subsequently invaded. Just rounded them all up. So we've got blood on our hands because of the government before the start of the war. Turned them away. And we've got precedent of doing this. Really? Precedent.
Of migrants, we will go in the same way. And the future of that path is very, very bleak.
True. True.
The last Labour government deported people who came here illegally in their tens of thousands.
But do you want to respond to Sam's point?
I'm going to. Tens of thousands. So here's the point. The point is, if people come legally and they work, that's fine. If people come because they're genuinely refugees.
Okay, but like, who gets to decide? Because I would imagine your definition of an actual legitimate refugee might be different than a human's.
I'm sure it would be, Kevin.
Like,
I'm sure it would be.
It's with the Tories. Like, we're okay with they come via safe and legal routes. Well, name a safe and legal route they could use. There isn't one. Sort of a catch-22, isn't it?
We've always opened our doors as a country more than anybody in the world, historically, to that.
So can I say, so you don't agree with the woman here in the red jacket?
I don't think we ever literally inscribed on our fucking national monuments about how we welcomed refugees. I mean, America, for all of its faults, has definitely been more welcoming to migrants than we have.
Tens of thousands of undocumented young males crossing the English Channel are not refugees in any classic sense of the word. And my fear is, since the time of the last Labour government, the European Court has become more activist.
Evidence, please, Nigel. Evidence. Evidence, please. Come on. Can't just spout off shit like that and not give us evidence. Any evidence? No? Okay.
We must deport people who are not refugees, who come to Britain illegally. Is only fair and
We've
reasonable
increased the number of returns.
So can I just
already increased the number of returns.
So can I just... So you do not agree with the woman here in the red jacket?
The comments you...
We are already deporting people who aren't refugees who come here via irregular means. That's what the asylum processing system does. It delineates between genuine refugees from the asylum seekers and the people who aren't genuine, and the ones who aren't genuine get returned to their country of origin. That is literally how the system works already. But what Nigel Farage is somehow claiming, there are people who are getting accepted who have ridiculous claims. Do he have any data for this? Can he cite any sources for this? Of course he can't, because it's vibes.
Yep, just vibes.
Made about hotels being set up in communities.
No, it's specific about no, just 1 second. Specifically about asylum seekers, we shouldn't be taking any.
Well, genuine refugees, we've always taken. We've done it with Jewish people, Huguenots. We've always done it, but we cannot do it.
Except during just before the Second World War. You keep on forgetting to mention that, don't you? It's like screaming into the void for me at times. It really is.
Limited numbers, and what is happening right now, sir, are not genuine refugees, and that really is the point.
Can I just tackle that lady's point? You said that not all these people are coming from war-torn countries. And you are right. The country, the place that most people were coming from in terms of people crossing the Channel...
Oh, dear God. I will be back momentarily, my comrades.
response.
Was Vietnam. Vietnam they're coming from.
No.
There's no war in Vietnam.
That's not
So you're right.
true. There may have. There was 1 month where there was a handful of Vietnamese coming all at one time, but the majority, the 5 largest countries. Since the problem started have always been Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, Syria, and Iraq. I didn't say Iraq, did I?
I have no idea. I lost track.
Iraq, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, Sudan. Those are the 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right to say that we should do. We cannot solve the problems of this entire planet. There will be hundreds of millions of people when it comes to the UK because we're a great country. Now, Jackie, Rwanda was working. The reality is when people were speaking to the people traffickers on the other side of the channel, they were saying, we're waiting until we get a Labour government. People were going to Ireland instead of coming to the UK. You cancelled it. You triggered that cost. Rwanda would work. And the trouble is, Nigel, you're not the only person who cares about migration. You're not the only person who cares about it. What you don't understand is the hard work of trying to get that legislation past Labour. 134 times they voted against it. That's what you don't understand.
In 14 years, you weren't able to get the system working.
It's going to draw more people over, Jackie. That's what's going to happen.
No, it's not. You make a quick decision. And then you send people back. You weren't able to either make a quick decision or to send people back, and nor were you willing to work internationally. Nor were you willing to work internationally, as Yvette Cooper and Keir Starmer have been willing to. Just this week, we've been able to sign an agreement with Iraq.
The numbers have gone up 63%. The numbers since you took over have gone up 63%. What work? Show me how effective that policy is.
We are making decisions quicker. We are returning more people, and we're doing the hard grind of working internationally rather than gimmickry, which is what the last government depended on.
I think just on the point of this gentleman's point, I think is the most important point that's been made tonight, though, because we've just seen elected in the United States Donald Trump, who I know Nigel's very, very fond of, and I do think I'm making a serious point here, Nigel. I do think the language.
He's very fond of him. I mean, he spent more time ensconced in his lower intestines than he has in Clacton. So,
God, I hate that the person making the human case for migration is fucking Alistair Campbell. He's the worst representative possible.
Donald Trump used about immigrants. They were all vermin. They were all poisoning our blood. That was straight out.
That is outrageous, Alistair.
He did.
No, it's not.
He said they were poisoning the nation.
He literally did say that, yeah.
He said they were eating cats and dogs.
Vermin, consistently, yeah. Yeah, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. It's a funny meme. It's not a funny fucking thing.
No.
Outrageous.
Because you believe in immigration control.
Trump is pro.
Racist.
No, I'm not saying it is.
Trump is very pro-legal. Trump is...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I've checked out what it's like for yous over there fighting Gail, and it's just dystopian to me. Excuse me. In some ways, I'm very lucky and privileged to be living here in Scotland. I get that. I understand that. It's not the same for everyone across the Western world or across the globe, essentially, for some people. I get that. I'm quite lucky here. Because oddly enough, my Scottish government are nice-ish people. They're quite good. Like the 2-child cap. That's why he's called Sir Kid Starver. They're not going to lift it. And his puppet up here in Holyrood, Anna Sarwar, has urged his boss, his leader, down in Westminster, maybe you should rethink this, Keir, really. because the SNP government up here are going to be getting rid of we're just going to get rid of that two-child cap and lift thousands of children out of poverty. Oh, the two-child cap is that if you go past 2 children, you won't get any more money, any more child support if you have any more children. And that was done retroactively. So any people who had got it before for having, like, I'm the eldest of 3, there's me and my 2 sisters. So myself and my middle sister were the only one that got it. My younger sister wouldn't have. Yeah. I think that's going to radicalise a lot of mums and dads, I think. So getting rid of that, lifting thousands of children out of poverty, beast. I approve. But Starmer isn't going to do that. Well, he's just essentially a talking piece for fucking Morgan McSweeney from Labour Together. Ugh.
Very pro-legal immigration into America. Very pro it indeed.
Even though his mum was an illegal immigrant and his main financial backer was an illegal immigrant.
Not pro criminal gangs using the southern border. And that's
what this gentleman's talking about. He's talking about the demonisation
he was talking about Jewish people, the Holocaust Museum, and genuine refugees. These are different things.
Hang on.
These are different things.
Well, what I said was you were using the language of demonising. I wasn't talking about Jews. I was talking about my... You made the point...
Yeah, no, when he said breaking point, he wasn't trying to demonise anybody.
Well, what is ironic, actually, is I don't think that Nigel Farage has necessarily been as demonising towards migrants as, say, Suella Braverman has. Suella Braverman is legitimately the worst, as worse than any of the Reform UK. Maybe not Rupert Lowe, actually, but Nigel Farage is far more tactful in terms of being able to hide his power level than Suella Braverman, who just calls them invaders. Like, I think that if anyone can be squarely to blame for the hostile environment that we hear at the moment.
I'm glad my benefit's been moved up here now, Scribby. Thank God for that. Because if I was still on PIP, I'd be literally shaking in my boots. I don't trust her one bit. And for the equivalent of Katie down in England and Wales, you have my deepest sympathy. And even if you want to move up here, you're still under the control of the DWP for the first six months to a year, I think. Then you can apply for the Scottish equivalents of the benefit up here. But because I'm Scottish, I was born and brought up here. I haven't lived anywhere else other than Scotland. I'm laughing, I just got moved straight over on a adult disability payment, which actually treats me like a human being and tripled the amount of money I get instead of the pittance I got under PIP. And now my lovely niece, she's been damn it, I'm misgendering. They're on ADP as well now. And they told me, I'm getting more money now. Thank you for helping me, Auntie Katie. Glad I could be of service. Yeah, they got scared when Liz Kendall became Department of Work and Pensions. Ooh. That and Reeves. It's going to be like Gideon and IDS all over again. Hell is too cushy for those 2 ghouls. It's probably relish being in hell, personally, I think.
And the guy tried to firebomb an asylum processing centre. It's Suella Braverman. It's clearly her fault. She's the worst. And she went to the American Enterprise Institute. She talked about fucking dreaming about planes to Rwanda. She's a fucking monster.
Yes. No, very much so.
About illegal migrants.
Yes.
Yeah? Coming in there tens of thousands.
Yes.
Okay, so this year it's 40,000.
Yes.
That's a minute proportion of the 1 million immigrants you're talking about.
I know.
And
which is wrong as well.
And consequently, If that's your main biggest beef of 40,000 people coming to this country, your policies fall on the wayside because you're talking absolute nonsense. 40,000 is a speck in the ocean.
Oh, let them all come in.
And every asylum...
Oh God, he really wanted to say bollocks or BS there. If I ever meet this man, Manfrog, out in the wild, not that he'd ever come back up to Scotland, he felt scared. Don't know why. We're just protesting the fact that he visited here. We despise this bastard. He's never been to Glasgow. He's never been to here. He's only went to Edinburgh. And I think he might have been up to Aberdeen maybe once. He only went to Edinburgh because he thought they were enlightened, educated people over there. No, we're still Scottish and we still fucking hate you.
No, you see, whenever he gets any pushback, he becomes a passive-aggressive little bitch.
Exactly.
Oh, let them all in then. Did he say that? Did he say that? 'Cause I don't think he did say
Let's
that.
take a similar share that we do. Ben pointed out in chat before that if you do it per capita, we're 17th out of the EU 27 in terms of migrants, asylum seekers per capita. We take far fewer per capita than the EU average.
That I've spoken to, everybody has come here because of asylum. They're not coming here for a better life.
Oh, yeah.
The majority of them are coming for a life.
No. No, I'm sorry.
He absolutely is right. 75% of these asylum claims from people who've arrived by regular means get approved on appeal.
Yep.
Like, they have a 75% approval rate. So it shows that, yeah, they are majority legitimate asylum claimants. It's as simple as that. Hey, if you enjoyed the video, make sure that you like and leave a comment. That helps the video out in the algorithm. If you subscribe and ring the bell, it'll let you know when I go live. I stream every day on YouTube and Twitch. You can also follow all of my socials down in the description. And if you want to support me in a more financial manner, there's a join button for membership to just 99p to be a member on YouTube, as well as a Patreon, and there's some merch there as well. And hopefully I'll catch you on the next video. Take care.
Thank you, Helena. Yeah. Was that King of Silver River? I think it was probably you and King of Silver River as well that told me that, yeah, he avoids most of the fishing ports for obvious reasons. I don't think he wants to get too close to water. He might not make it out alive. I keep on wanting him. Come up to Glasgow. We'll receive you with open arms. What the hell is that? Oh, that's JD. He might copyright me. Huh. Technically, I'm still a patron. I think I'm still a patron. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, I'm still a patron. I'm still a patron on JD's channel. Got it.
Game. In this age, how come your teeth ain't straight? Have you seen how we're doing Black Friday? The line of deals are insane.
Hey gang, this episode is brought to you by Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. Stick around after the episode to learn a bit more about Means and to snag a nice little discount as a thank you for supporting my channel. Okay, got some documents I want to show you. This is the 1936 Flood Control Act. This is a Reagan executive order. This is a Clinton one. All of this This is pretty much the backbone of the last 90 years of climate change in action. And it's not much to look at, I'll admit. But these few documents are a big reason our government
I don't know why that keeps on happening. What the friggin'... Back to JD.
hasn't done much to limit climate change. But I should back up for a second and start with a question. How much is the future worth to you?
Today, Milton became the strongest storm anywhere on the planet.
North Carolina is cleaning up from the worst flooding ever on record for the state.
This is an unprecedented storm.
Earlier this year, the US got hit with 2 back-to-back hurricanes, Helene in North Carolina and Milton in Florida. Hundreds of people have died, entire towns have been flattened, and frankly, a lot of the footage is too horrifying to show here. Because of climate change and the fact that that means things like warmer oceans, we know that these sorts of deadly hurricanes are only going to get more intense every year, and we're going to get more wildfires, more heat waves, more floods, and more droughts. And unfortunately, this is the context in which Democrats have stopped talking about climate change almost entirely. Government-sanctioned oil and gas production levels keep hitting new highs, and according to a new study published in Science, about 96% of climate change policies are practically useless at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I feel like we all know why. We know that fossil fuel companies lied for decades and are out there lobbying around the clock to slow down progress on climate change policy. But I want to talk about a more invisible problem keeping us in this death spiral. Something so routine, it's not going to be a flashy government corruption case or an oil company reporting yet another year of record profits. I want to talk about a formula built into the boring, everyday operations of everyone from governments to private businesses that, for nearly a century now, has quietly justified millions of people's deaths because their lives were calculated to be practically worthless. This is a video about discounting functions. Maybe this will make more sense if we talk about asbestos for a second.
They called it asbestos. And science also created asbestos cement roofing.
Sound insulating product known as asbestos.
The scientists would turn to asbestos, for this is a remarkable mineral.
Asbestos is a mineral that, for decades in the US, was mostly used for things like fireproofing buildings. It was effective, pretty cheap, and, as it turns out, a massive carcinogen. But for years, most Americans didn't know that. Asbestos went up everywhere, from single-family homes to giant skyscrapers, slowly wearing down over time and causing hundreds of thousands of deadly cases of mesothelioma, asbestosis, and lung cancer. Nowadays, we tend to think of asbestos as an unlucky mistake previous generations made, an accident that we have to deal with but that no one could have seen coming. But the truth is that since at least the 1930s, the asbestos industry did know how dangerous their product was and willingly hid this from the public. They settled cases of asbestos workers getting sick out of court to keep things quiet and suppress the science that linked asbestos exposure to lung disease. Fast forward a little bit to the 1970s and all this information comes out.
In this instance, someone apparently forgot.
Love it. Based Sheffield. Amazing. She fucking deserved it. Ingenuity, that's entrepreneurship. She'd be proud of that at least. Even if it was to build you a dagger. Oh, I like that. That's really quite fun, Scribby. Thanks. You've cheered me up with that one. So was this before Falklands then? Because the national mood changed after that. For obvious reasons, short Victoria's War and all that nonsense. Wonder why it didn't work for Blair. Still, he managed to hold on to power with a reduced majority, of course.
To follow the normal procedure.
class action lawsuits start raining down on asbestos companies, and the EPA starts to actively ban its use in things like insulation. And this raises an important regulatory question. Should this highly toxic substance that we know is behind hundreds of thousands of deaths, that is in the walls of homes, schools, and offices, be completely banned and regulated away? A question like that is a pretty routine thing for regulators to figure out. And since around the 1930s, but especially since Reagan, the correct way to answer these questions was to use what are called cost-benefit analyses. And the Reagan admin's cost-benefit analysis for asbestos found mathematical proof that it was better not to ban asbestos right away. So they didn't. And thousands more people died a preventable death. But the way they got to that conclusion is insane. Some guy working for Reagan calculated that a human life was worth about $1 million to save from the dangers of asbestos. However, because an asbestos-caused cancer takes around 30 or 40 years to show up, this advisor, Robert P. Bedell, calculated the value of saving that human life there and then as only being worth around $22,000. And when you plug that number into the EPA's cost-benefit calculations, instead of $1 million per human life, you find out that the cost of banning asbestos today far outweigh the potential benefits, which, because it takes so long to mature, take place
Oh,
way
so it was
in the
after
future.
Falklands,
Again,
right?
The benefit
Thanks,
in
Debbie.
question was stopping a horrific death by cancer. So for years and years, the government just didn't do much. Asbestos was excruciatingly slowly banned, and millions of people kept getting sick. You'd think we'd have learned our lesson by now, but that's no different than how the government is treating climate change today. Like the asbestos people, the fossil fuel industry knew for years that they were killing us. They kept it hidden, we found out, and now that we know with certainty how screwed we could be if we do nothing or even just not enough, the government is dragging its feet and running calculations that justify not doing much because, it's not worth it. And if you can stomach like 30 seconds of math real quick, I can explain how this actually works in practice. I just do have to get this boring part out of the way. So, the way the Reagan admin calculated the value of a human life down from $1 million to just $22,000 was using what's called a discounting function. Looks something like this. You have your benefits and your costs at the top, and what we care about is that letter R at the bottom. That is the discount rate, R for rate. And the bigger that number is, the less your life is worth in the future. For example, with a 1.4% discount rate, after 36.5 years, future people are worth just 3/5 of a person's worth today. With a 3% rate, a future person just 17 years from now is worth 3/5 of a person today. Or to put it a different way, if something is worth $100 in 100 years, not accounting for inflation or anything, it's only worth about 80 cents today if you use a 5% discount rate. You get it. The higher the number, the less you're worth after a fixed amount of time, or less time it takes for you to become basically worthless to a regulator today.
With the world in chaos, what's really needed is someone to finally make sense of human seemingly mad behavior.
Those numbers, by the way, are from a legal case filed last year by children suing the EPA.
The group claims the EPA is discriminating against American children by intentionally allowing the release of dangerous levels of greenhouse gases, which experts say is a major contributor to climate change.
The EPA, as you probably know, has the responsibility to look at the impact of regulations and calculate the potential costs and benefits, specifically for environmental stuff, before they're enforced. Most of the time, it uses a discount rate of between 3 and 7%, meaning that a lot of projects that are absolutely necessary for curbing the worst effects of climate change are considered not worth the cost because the value assigned to the benefits, i.e. millions of people not dying from climate change, has been discounted. Those deaths are in the future. The benefits of saving those lives are in the future. And therefore, because their adult lives are routinely calculated to be worth less than those of an adult living today. It's a very gross thing to say, much less to make the default way the government judges whether something is worth it or not. And the worst part is that the discount rate is a totally arbitrary number. There is no objective reason for it to be 3% or 7%. It can be positive, which is what we have now and means the future and future lives matter less, negative, meaning the future matters more, or just 0, which would mean treating a future person, maybe even just you in a couple of years, as equal to who you are today. But earlier this year, the Biden-Harris admin recommitted to the idea that the future shouldn't be valued as highly as the present by setting the default discount rate at 2% for most government agencies. That is better than the old default of 3%, but because it's still a positive number, it still calculates future lives as worth less than lives today. It still justifies forgetting about meaningful climate change policies. And at this point, you might be wondering what's going on. It seems so obvious that this general approach to policy is screwing us in the long run, so why hasn't the discount rate just been brought down to 0? This next part of the video is what I'm going to call the really messed up part. To decide what discount rate to apply to policy decisions, governments use market data. In other words, when evaluating whether or not to do something, the government bases that decision on what an investor would do, using data from what investors do right now. Not to mention that this method literally comes from corporate finance textbooks. Before enacting a regulation, the government basically asks whether it would hypothetically be more worthwhile to just invest that money. And the problem with that logic is that I can't wait around to find out if that's right. For me, for my loved ones, and for you to live another day and avoid the deadly consequences of climate change, I don't need government policy to have the best ROI. I just need it to happen. But because there's a built-in bias against the future with positive discount rates, this way of doing things not only skews the ROI, it lets governments put off the decision to act indefinitely and have what looks like an objective, mathematical justification every time. And to make matters worse, they just keep adding more things to the list of what we can apply cost-benefit analysis on, including things related to climate change. Discounting assumes we can easily reduce the complexity of life and the uncertainty of the future into a single number. It pretends like we can just get rid of politics with math, without ever acknowledging the ideological biases of using this discounting method. Most importantly, the idea that the future should always be treated as though it's worth less. But because nobody can argue with a number, because a number erases all the little decisions you need to make to produce it, government agencies can always claim they're just following the science, when they estimate that a policy is just too expensive for what it's worth. And it gets worse. I know I warned you this part of the video was bleak, but somehow there's still more to go. Because we haven't talked about how private businesses take advantage of this yet. In 2008, oil was found here, 6 miles off the coast of Italy. The oil field was bought by a company called Rockhopper Exploration for about £30 million, and they started to prepare for drilling. That is, until protests against it caught the attention of the government and a national ban was instituted against new drilling within 12 miles of the coast. This didn't make Rockhopper too happy, so they sued the Italian government. Now, what makes this interesting is how much this British company sued the Italian government for. Instead of suing for the money they had put into the project, $30 million, Rockhopper sued for the amount of money they expected to make. And they won. The court used a discounting cash flow analysis and made the Italian government pay Rockhopper 184 million euros. What this means is that fossil fuel companies are just allowed to plan according to a future where they get to keep polluting as much as they want. And if anything gets in the way of that future, for example, governments doing something to protect us from certain catastrophe, they still get paid. No matter what happens, whether we curb pollution or not, they come out on top. And this acts as a huge disincentive for governments trying to get us on the right track. It means that government calculations may now need to include what investors think they deserve in the cost column, regardless of what actually matters most for the survival of society as a whole. Hurting a company's profits, even those that don't exist yet, even...
Yeah, Fighting Gill. I keep on meaning to look into it. I've got other things that I need to pay for first. I was going to look into it in the new year. I've got different things happening that I need to pay for over the next 2 to 3 months. But after I've stopped paying for Second Thought and Gopnik, I might be able to afford it.
those that come directly from destroying the environment is apparently just too much. Keep in mind, Rockhopper didn't even have anything to take down or anybody to lay off. It was still too early for that. The only thing they had was shareholder expectations. None of this, by the way, is to say that discounting is inherently bad. If discounting had, for example, been used to value the damages this drilling project would cause the local population, maybe it would have made it unprofitable for Rockhopper. If the company had been forced to pay the 184 million euros they clearly value the oil field at instead of the 30 million they did pay, maybe they would have reconsidered. The problem with the current use of discounting, though, is that 1, it replaces a political debate about who gets what when with a formula that claims to produce the absolute truth. A truth that reinforces whatever the power dynamics of the present are and sets them in stone for the future. 2, it makes it seem like the future is something we need to invest in, and therefore need to sacrifice for. That if we can save the money now, it'll be worth more to us later. But that's not true. We can and should act on climate change right now because it sucks right now. Because pulling more fossil fuels out of the earth means destroying local environments, tons of pollution, tons of poorly paid people working brutal jobs. All that matters for our politics is whether or not we can do something about it. And we're lucky in that we actually can. The solutions are available to us. But if we start thinking...
Sustenance is important, Viking. On you go.
Thinking like investors, we start putting the power and profits of capitalists above those real concerns and our real ability to do anything. There's no reason to wait. In fact, we can't afford it. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, you can now find Second Thought on Means TV, the home for worker-owned entertainment. I've been working with the team to bring on a bunch more creators, so stay tuned for some exciting new additions to the roster. If you're not already familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned cooperative and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos, to original series like Means Morning News, to feature-length documentaries like Abby Martin's Gaza Fights for Freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. As you all know, socialist creators have to walk a fine line here on YouTube. We're always having to contend with age restriction, demonetization, and outright suppression, which for some reason, right-wing outlets never have to deal with. But now with Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm. Means TV gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with each other and their fans right on the platform. And the best part is, Means TV is ideologically dedicated to supporting principled socialist content. As a little thank you for watching my channel, if you sign up with my link, you can get your first month 20% off. Or for an even better deal, you can opt for the annual plan and get 20% off the whole year. A full year of Means TV will run you just $88, which is like the cost of a single DoorDash meal these days. Every person who signs up using my link is directly contributing to the financial stability of my channel and the entire cooperative media project. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Both Second Thought and Means TV are entirely grassroots funded, and they always will be. So if you'd like to help support my work, consider signing up for Means TV using my link. It really does help me and dozens of principled socialist creators all across the platform. If you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like. If you hated it, a thumbs down. You can check out my other content by following the links on your screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Huh.
for that. You have to think about the voters. You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, oh, dude, I know, man, and there's no crime. It's, yeah, I know everything. Well, yeah, then why did Prop 36 win easily? Why did George Gascon lose? Why did all the progressives, so-called progressives in Portland lose, in Seattle lose, San Francisco lose, New York lose? Why did you lose every goddamn election if you know so much?
Because people like you aren't helping Cenk.
No, because you know what? Because I'm such a genius. I have this revolutionary idea that apparently the online leftist clown asses I've never thought of. People don't like to be attacked. Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free surgery.
We got.
Even in China, even though we have nothing to do with China, we hate them, they're Nazis.
You got to, okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it.
You got to calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online.
Look, the idiots are making everyone think they are the left. They're like, we're the left, we're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're the left. And not.
I know I was advocating for this, for Hassan to reach out to his uncle. I wish I hadn't now, because this was just dumpster fire, essentially. Hassan, I think you can call your uncle a lost cause at this point. Sorry, man. Him going off like that, seriously? A lot of us don't sound like that, by the way. Oh, it's, cocooned in his VTYT studio.
Nazi.
So I've covered TYT a fair bit on this channel recently with their weird centrist right-wing pivot, but I thought we'd talk about it again in light, of course, of Cenk going on Hassan's stream and talking more about, how much he hates the left, and talk about his weird sucking up to Elon Musk and groveling to MAGA people on Twitter. And a lot of people have been saying, and I've seen this, that this is like purely financial. And it's basically a grift. Like TYT is pivoting towards the center because of financial incentive. And obviously I'm not them. I don't know why they're doing it completely. But I don't really think this is as big of a factor as people say. I think genuinely people like Cenk and Anna have had their brains like firmly broken by Twitter. And they wouldn't be the first at all. Like, I've made videos about Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk, and J.K. Rowling. All terrible people, and terrible people who didn't need Twitter to make them terrible. At the same time, the feedback loop of Twitter did radicalize these people. These echo chambers they created, the feedback loop of saying something and getting like an overwhelmingly positive reception, especially when you are voicing your grievance with, like, the left. And when Cenk and Anna say something against the left, then all of their replies are conservatives talking about how great they are now. So I want to talk about that because I firmly believe it's a couple things. Donald Trump has broken TYT's brain, and Twitter has broken the brain of its hosts, where they now think that they can have a more productive relationship with far-right conservatives than they can with actual leftists. And also what I thought was funny about both of them, they seem to not actually understand politics at all, because I've seen them both categorized. There's the populist left, which Cenk and Anna are and TYT are. Then there's the woke left, which is people like myself probably and other people with similar like left-wing politics. And then there's the corporate left, which is like the standard Democrats. And I don't understand why they think we don't care about like populist things, like policies that benefit everyone. And Anna in particular has made me realize like maybe these people weren't ever left wing. She talked about recently like one of her Trump supporting like neighbors, and they've been talking a lot more about like they regret demonizing all conservatives, right? And demonizing them all as like irredeemable and everything like that. And it's like, congratulations, you've discovered left-wing politics for the first time, where we realize people are brainwashed by the system and we want to offer them better material conditions and basically try and break through the brainwashing, which makes them constantly vote against their own interest and prop up the powerful, right? That's what actual populists like myself, that's what we actually want. But they've convinced themselves, no, we are the enemy, the left wing are the enemy, and people like Elon Musk are the allies to take on the establishment. The richest man in the world who personally bankrolled an ex-president's campaign to become president again is the anti-establishment. So I'm going to talk about all of this today. Please like the video, let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and check me out on social media at The Tabernacle, on Instagram, on Blue Sky, Threads, Twitter, on basically everything. And if you want to support my work, check out my Patreon as well. And let's get into the rest of the video. So although I've made videos criticizing TYT, I've also, if you've been following me long enough, I've told you guys how I've been personally influenced by TYT to start my YouTube channel in the first place. If you wanted some more like left-wing source of political news on YouTube, there really wasn't much around. Like, TYT has been big for a long, long time. At the same time, there wasn't really stuff to, you know, consume the news from like a left-wing perspective. And it served a good purpose in that regards. Like, lots of people who are YouTubers now, particularly ones who are in like the more like newsy space, they watch TYT, they've collabed with TYT. So it's something that I think had a good purpose. And although I've never like completely one-for-one agreed with the coverage, unlike how they depict us woke leftists, I didn't actually care, because I liked more of what they were saying than stuff I disagreed with, and it was a good way to get my US news, which I appreciated. And recently, since I've stopped watching them and I've switched to like the Majority Report for like US coverage, it is a bit of like whiplash, because the TYT show is like pretty well produced, more like a news show, very easy to get the information through Cenk and Anna if you just want the story, where something like the Majority Report is more like a live stream, like they're reacting to stuff, they are taking phone calls, and it's a lot less edited, which some people might like, but it's kind of hard to go from one thing to then the other without any sort of like adjustment period. I've done the adjustment period now, but I would also be lying if I said Majority Report perfectly fills the void that TYT left behind for me in terms of consuming US news on YouTube, because it doesn't. And if you can have like the old TYT back, where they weren't really reactionary against trans people and left-wing people, I would say that's a good thing, generally for the left online. So yeah, TYT had value to the left online, but we don't need them anymore. There's so many different shows to get your news from, and there's just so much left-wing content now. Like, I've been making YouTube videos since 2017, like very political left-wing ones since like late 2018. I remember there being like nothing else really. There was like a few creators, David Dole, Humanist Report, TYT, a couple others, and that was it. That is all you had. And now we have like a massive, I wouldn't call it an ecosystem, because we're not all connected as much as people would like to say. And I don't think, you know, despite our social media bubble, there's a lot of left-wing unity online. I certainly don't feel it beyond like the Twitter echo chamber. At the same time, it's good for people. It's good this has happened, and it's good we have so many different creators on the left that are big. You know, there are some bad ones. Some people who are, let's say, connoisseurs of lolicon. But at the same time, it's largely a positive. But now let's get back to Cenk, where the election has firmly broken their brain. So I said in a video before the election, Kamala Harris basically didn't run a campaign on policy, which upset some like weird liberals in my audience. I didn't think I had many liberals in my audience who were insisting that no, she had great policies and she would likely win the election. She didn't, and it's pretty clear why to most people on the left. She didn't promise anything, and if you're already part of an administration that is unpopular and you're not promising to change anything, you're saying you're the exact same as Joe Biden, who was a terrible president, then you're going to lose the election, right? Especially in a country like America, where there are so many glaring issues. They don't even have the bare minimum we have in places like Western Europe, which also has loads of problems, right? So you don't even have universal healthcare. Was there even a campaign on healthcare at all? Like, not really. Even like reforming the system. Again, very easy to, pinpoint where the Kamala Harris campaign went wrong. But seemingly Cenk does understand that, but he's bizarrely started blaming woke leftists and trans people for Harris losing, which is just completely out of touch with reality and is based on his own personal grievances with people in the YouTube scene. So if I go on his Twitter and I just start with this is insane, by the way. For someone who made so much content talking about Trump supporters and Donald Trump over the last 9 years, for him to say this is crazy. So he tweets 4 days ago, "I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy who won. I know now, MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left, okay? My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. It's not just that the establishment candidate lost, it's that their media is mortally wounded. The source of their strength was not insipid politicians like McConnell and Biden. The source of their strength was their propaganda machine, the mainstream media. Now online media is strong enough that their oppressive monopoly on the American mind has been broken. Now we're in the jungle and they hate it. I love it. This uncontrolled marketplace of ideas is where I'm home. I'd rather be in the populist woods than an establishment prison." So that is where Cenk is at right now. He's actually optimistic Donald Trump's won because it's a fuck you to the establishment, which does the establishment just not mean anything anymore? If he's saying it's a fuck you to the Democratic establishment, I'd agree, because yeah, of course, they rejected the establishment candidate. They didn't reject them in 2020, but they rejected them in 2016 as well. Rejected all these status quo, bipartisan lover politicians or whatever. So I get it. They rejected the Democratic status quo. But how is Donald Trump not the status quo, right? So Donald Trump was the president. Donald Trump is a billionaire. Donald Trump is funded by Elon Musk, one of the richest men in the entire world. And if we're talking about mainstream news as well, Fox News is the most popular news channel by far in America. Who did they promote 24/7? Donald Trump as well. So there you go. Establishment press for Donald Trump. New York Post, establishment press. Rupert Murdoch press. Rupert Murdoch press were in the bag for Trump as well. So the right-wing establishment loves Donald Trump as well. Yes, Donald Trump wasn't the conventional politician in 2016. Donald Trump is sometimes having weird opinions about stuff, but at the same time, look at who he's appointed so far to his cabinet. Neocons, standard politicians like Marco Rubio, and then just loads of nepotism hires like fathers-in-laws and son-in-laws and all that shit in ambassador positions. It's pretty clear Donald Trump is the establishment as well. Him winning, using the sentiment sometimes of the anti-establishment, maybe saying stuff about anti-war, bringing peace to the Middle East and Ukraine. That is just a rhetorical device he used, and you'd have to be an idiot, which Cenk seems to be, if you think MAGA conservatives actually care about what he does as president, right? No one is going to stop supporting Donald Trump if he goes back on his promises, because we already know from the first time this didn't happen before, right? Donald Trump promised loads of things and didn't do any of them, and they voted him in again after having another election where he nearly won and got an insane number of votes. So how is voting for Donald Trump any sort of fuck you to the establishment? It's not. It's just a different kind of establishment. Yeah, the mainstream political establishment of like Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell, maybe. MSNBC, maybe. Fox News, one of the biggest social media platforms, which became the Trump campaign in Twitter. Mark Zuckerberg became pro-Trump as well, and he runs most of the world's social media. And we have all of this stuff, and they all wanted Trump to win. So, again, your brain has been fully cooked by Twitter replies, and maybe reading too many libertarians on Twitter thinking they actually matter in the real world, to think that the establishment has been defeated, by the US essentially going well on its way to becoming just like Russia. How is that a fuck you to the establishment? It really isn't. So just some more of his other tweets. So Cenk loved this. See, he goes, "Hey Elon Musk, put me in charge of the Pentagon and I'll slash $4 billion easy. That'll get you 20% to your goal of $2 trillion in cutting the Pentagon. Right out the gate. I went to Wharton 3 years before you. I own a media company, so I know how to run a business. If you really want to cut, put me in, coach." Elon Musk basically rejecting him. Specific suggestions are welcome. Cenk says, "As you know, you need to see the line items in the budget, but I have one suggestion already. The generals are not allowed to get a job with defense contractors for 10 years. They authorize so much wasteful spending because they're going to get hired by those same companies." Donald Trump Jr. chimes in, "This is a great idea that has been discussed." So again, he's trying to appeal to MAGA here, saying, "I'm going to make my boldest prediction yet. I think at least half of Trump's base are actual populists and they will challenge him if he goes awry." Nope. "No one on the left will believe me." Yep, they think everyone in MAGA is in a cult, which you actually pushed for years and years and years, and will follow Trump no matter what. I disagree. So what you're seeing with all these tweets and him appealing to Elon Musk is he thinks there is like a populist sentiment in America that we all share. And it's not just shared by like the population of America who might have voted for Donald Trump and, you know, they've fallen on hard times and they could actually be susceptible to messaging around class and bettering their material conditions and giving them healthcare, stuff like that, right? We're not talking about all those people. What Cenk is saying a lot with these people is Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Donald Trump Jr. are good faith actors, but when they say they want to cut the Pentagon budget or when they say they want to cut stuff and put that into like funding American programs, that they're actually sincere and it wasn't to get power. Like Elon Musk and Donald Trump have showed, Donald Trump especially was president for 4 years. I don't have to tell you he's untrustworthy and he's not going to do any of the good things that he said he might do. There's evidence that he didn't do anything, right? So what makes the difference this time? Why are you suddenly optimistic when a worse version of him has been put in power, where he has even worse people around him pushing him in an even worse direction? You would have fully had to have bought into the Trumpist propaganda about him being anti-war, about him being like anti-corporation or anti the deep state. He's none of those things. And he proved it. That's how I can say that. He proved it. And that's what happened in the first election. Some people voted for him because he would say stuff like, "I was against the Iraq war," and he would roast like Jeb Bush to his face about that. He would talk about how he was against like foreign wars, foreign intervention. And then when he got into power, he appointed all the same neocons that were in the Bush administration. And then he did more war than Obama, right? So when he does that, I don't think he's anti-war or pro-populist or he's going to cut the Pentagon budget. He's probably going to give them more money. But this is what I'm talking about, like Twitter echo chambers. Cenk has been like radicalized into believing that what he reads on Twitter from MAGA in his replies talking about this stuff is not reflective of the reality of politics and is not reflective of what Donald Trump's going to do. And no, he's not going to take your idea to cut the Pentagon budget, and he's probably not going to do that. He's probably not going to do that, and I would be surprised if Elon Musk is part of the administration for the whole time, because he's probably going to fire him as well. We know who Trump is. Let's stop pretending it's 2016 and he's an outsider and a bit unhinged and we don't understand what he's going to do. We saw what he did, and it was pretty much the exact same shit that Obama did and the exact same shit that Joe Biden did like broadly 80%, with some more like horrible aspects, you know, things to do with like demonizing trans people, and as we've seen with different things he said he's going to do this time, lots of attacks on like civil rights of LGBT people, women, and everything like that. So that's all going to be worse. So what are you optimistic about? He's going to be a worse version of himself like 4 years ago? Like, that's a reason for optimism? So in the tweet and spree I read you, Cenk said that he thinks that like Elon Musk or Donald Trump would come on TYT. And what's interesting, when I'm seeing TYT like have more right-wing people on, I'm seeing Anna Kasparian go on like all the right-wing podcasts, you're thinking like, why don't you invite some leftists on your show? Like, if you are a show that likes balance, if you're a show that wants to hear from everyone, where are the left-wing guests? Like, why aren't you inviting left-wing people on? Now, first of all, Sam Cedar actually said recently that him and Cenk had been speaking this year, and Sam said he would either go on TYT or Cenk was welcome to come on the Majority Report, and he says Cenk just turned him down.
The last, you know, any type of communication I had with Cenk was, I think, like in July, and it was in response to like the, I don't know, fourth or fifth thing that I had seen that I found sort of offensive and wrong. And to be honest with you, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was about trans stuff, but it could also have been about, you know, they're chasing that fake Venezuelan story. I don't remember when it was. Maybe that was in the fall, so maybe it was not that. It was probably the trans stuff. And I made it clear to Cenk that he was invited to come on the show, and you know, we can have a debate, we can discuss whatever. I mean, you know, and he made it clear to me that he was not interested in that. He was mad. He was very, very mad about all of it. And I will just say, like, I didn't hear any issue that he had with the stuff that we talk about. He may have issues with me personally. That's fine. I don't care.
So that's clearly like not happening, and there's some bad blood between them where Cenk seems to hate Sam Cedar because, yeah, a lot of left-wing people are attacking TYT hosts for saying reactionary right-wing things because you're on our side with a massive platform and we're going to criticize you when you say that stuff, and if you react negatively, that's on you. And what we're seeing with both of them is their politics are being informed by who's nice to them. So Donald Trump Jr. and Elon Musk replied to Cenk on Twitter, so he thinks they're all right, actually, where left-wing people like myself have been attacking them and criticizing them, so they actually hate all of them. And he actually said as much to Hassan recently on their Jenksgiving debate stream they do every year on Thanksgiving. So listen to this.
Also gotten mad at me as well, time and time again, on specific issues, maybe ones that even pertain to trans rights, okay? It literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the would you ever hyper focus on people like that?
Look, no. So you might be doing the right thing. Hold on.
You're doing the Bill Maher thing. You're demanding that there needs to be a sister
bullshit.
No, you're doing the sister soldier moment.
Reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with, apparently. Then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free surgery. Even in China, even though we have nothing to do with China, we hate them. They're Nazis.
You got to, okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it.
You got to calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it.
Your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online. We are
so. Do you agree left-wing media online? Those guys that I listed are full of shit.
I have
and in a tiny, stupid minority.
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but there's a reason why, seemingly, I don't catch the same amount of strays that you do because I don't hyper-focus.
I can tell you why.
I don't hyper-focus. What do you think it is?
They think you're hot, young. I don't mean attractive. God bless on that. Okay, I'm also obviously hot. I mean, as in they think, oh, the young people watch Hassan, he's cool. And you give the thing of like, oh, no, trans people are right on everything, right? You don't come out and make the distinctions that Anna and I made, okay? So they think, oh, no, he's good. He's extreme as we are. I think he's woke left. Yay, extremeness.
I think the reason, first of all, you're...
Okay, by the way, Majority Report and all of you guys, you better attack him. He apparently agrees with me. Okay, you better attack him. You're not going to attack him, are you?
You're hyper personalizing this into like criticisms that you've
comes
received.
and punches you in the face 12 times, and you go, whoa! Why are you hyper personalizing it?
Because
just because I called you a Nazi, now it's personal to you.
That meltdown is really funny, but I also think it's so telling, right? He cares so much about what everyone else says about him. And what is so insane about this is when Anna Kasparian originally wrote that like birthing person tweet, because obviously I follow like all, the left-wing YouTubers, I saw in real time them all offering good faith criticism. I personally know a couple of them who actually like DM'd Anna Kasparian and talked to her in the DMs about this and why it was wrong and misinformed. And then when they started doubling down on it and going after other leftists, like Cenk going after Lance and the Serfs and stuff, that's when people got a bit more, I wouldn't even call it spicy. People just saying like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you attacking people? That if you actually care about pushing a message on an election, these people actually agree with you on most things. We're talking about like just US electoral politics and what people want, let's say like universal healthcare and all that crap. These people agree with you, but you're going after them, and then you're saying you're optimistic because MAGA won. Do you not understand how much your brain has been rotted? If you're coming after like left-wing people who, let's keep it real, aren't like radical communists, right? He's going after Sam Cedar and the Majority Report. Like, I'm an actual communist, right? I like Majority Report, and I think they're sympathetic to more socialist messaging. Sam Cedar is not some sort of radical communist, though, and he has plenty of criticism for these people. And it drives them mad. Just because left-wing people are not conceding on a right-wing culture war framing of trans rights. So yeah, Cenk has clearly got a lot of heat for the online left based on people being mean to him on Twitter, right? But I think people like Cenk and Anna, they don't live in the real world anymore. And that's why like Anna Kasparian's talking a lot about like talking to Trump supporters in her real life and it being such a revelation. These people have lived online for so long. They don't realise what normal people believe, right? Especially with things like trans rights versus like, derailing economic populism. I made a video recently where I outlined in 2008, they're like very racist people voting for Obama based on the economy. And I'm sure Cenk would agree with that. But Kamala Harris didn't either campaign on any economic issue or social issue, right? She wasn't standing up for trans rights in a massive way and making it part of her campaign, right? So you can't blame, firstly, that issue for her losing, and you can't blame left-wing people on Twitter and YouTube for making her lose because of this.
But you idiots hate policy. All you want is identity politic bullshit, and you think that drives ratings, and you want me to show humility to those morons? None online who are like, oh my God, if you don't agree to free surgeries for every trans person on planet Earth, you're a Nazi. Well, you know those people exist, and those people, that is the radical left, and they are stupid, and they do cost us elections.
No, you're hyper focusing, and I've had this conversation privately with you many times over. You are hyper focusing on people that are in your replies on Twitter, and because
so you agree with me, that radical left
because
is bullshit,
all you interact,
stupid dumbasses. Do you agree?
So Cenk blaming left-wing media, leftists, people who stick up for trans rights for the Democrats losing an election. Well, the Democrats don't even represent leftists at all. is just absolutely insane behavior, and he's fully been radicalized by his own Twitter echo chamber, where because left-wing people are mean to him, he thinks they're bad and extreme. Because right-wing people are nice to him when he shits on Democrats, they're actually reasonable, and there's optimism to be had with Donald Trump becoming president again. There should be no optimism with Donald Trump becoming president, regardless of what he ran on. So yeah, like TYT is probably just going to keep spiraling and hemorrhaging viewers. I don't think Republicans and centrists are going to flock to TYT because they have their media bubbles. They don't want someone who might say something maybe more left-wing that they disagree with. They just want their echo chamber, and they're not going to subscribe to TYT. So I don't know where they're going with this. I don't think it's financial, but it could become financial. And it's just so funny. They've been demonizing people like Jimmy Dore for the longest time. This is exactly what Jimmy Dore did. He went anti-establishment, anti-West everything, and then he just started supporting Republicans because of this. And that's what they're doing right now. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments. And if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities for more customization, more time, and more growth.
Pendulous, welcome in. Glad to see you.
Hello. Technical error there. I don't know what happened, but welcome back to Normal Island. It's been a while. I do apologise. We've had a pretty damn busy week, and of course, coming up to Christmas, you know what it's like. But I'm happy to be back with our brilliant viewers. And tonight I'm joined by our excellent Turn Left contributor, Lewis Aaron. How are you doing tonight?
Hello, yeah, I'm good, highly caffeinated, ready to go, bit sleep deprived, but you know, we're gonna have one hell of a show, I'm sure.
It's a jam-packed show, but tell me, did you not get a good night's sleep last night?
Oh, you know how it is sometimes. Do you know what it
Yeah.
is? It's doom scrolling. It really, really is. Because when you've got ADHD and you're like hyper focused on something, 4 hours can just go by, and the next thing you know, it's 4 a.m. And you haven't got enough sleep.
I wonder if there's
So,
something in the air though, because I couldn't sleep till probably about 3 o'clock, and it's not like
you know what? I'm sure it's all the amazing news that's out there. Like everything's fine. There's no bad news out there at all. The world is fine. We're heading towards world peace and full-blown socialism. Don't worry. I'm sure
If only.
we'll get a good night's sleep soon.
If only. Now, as always, make sure you like the stream, leave a comment to boost the algorithm, because you know it's what it demands, it's what we need. Now, coming up on tonight's show, Labour have ditched their 5 missions with another Starmer reboot. Reform overtake Labour in a poll. Amnesty have finally declared that Israel is committing a genocide. And a healthcare CEO was killed in broad daylight. We have got a packed out show today, but let's get on with it. The Labour Party has rebooted once again by ditching their 5 missions and have announced their 6 milestones in a speech at Pinewood Studios last night. Keir Starmer laid out 6 major policy areas for the next 5 years. They are higher living standards. Starmer pledged higher living standards in every region of the country so working people have more money in their pockets. The burden of the cost of living crisis no longer intruding on the joy of family life. Building 1.5 million homes in England. Starmer pledged to fast-track planning decisions on at least 150 major economic infrastructure projects, saying, clearly, if we don't turbocharge house building with reform, we won't meet that milestone. 92% of patients in England waiting no longer than 18 weeks for elective treatment. Starmer said the NHS, perhaps more than any other institution, represents the bigger us. And yet here we are, the NHS, even the NHS, losing the trust of the British public. Broken, but not beyond repair. Putting police back on the beat with a named officer for every community and 13,000 additional officers, PCSOs and special constables. Starmer promised more police on the beat and stamped out antisocial behaviour in every community because he said nobody should feel insecure on the streets they call home. Getting a record 75% of 5-year-olds in England ready to learn when they start school. Starmer said 1 in 3 children are not ready for school at the age of 5. He said there were pupils in reception who aren't starting to read, they're struggling to speak. Labour's aim is to get an additional 40,000 to 45,000 children a year hitting developmental goals. Energy security, protecting bill payers and climate security. In a speech, the Prime Minister promised clean power by 2030, homegrown British energy, making our country more secure. So never again can a tyrant like Putin attack the living standards of working people. That was a hell of a paragraph. There was a lot there. Now, after the speech, Starmer held a Q&A with the media, and we've got a couple of clips. First up was a question about immigration.
Chris Mason at BBC News. You've set out these milestones this morning. Immigration isn't one of them, but you have talked about it and it is in the document. And so people might wonder whether it's a priority or not. Thank you.
There are basics in government. One of them is security and security of our borders. And they're foundational. And they must be delivered.
Listen at BBC News. You've set out these milestones this morning.
Has that been cut off then? I'm not sure what happened there. Can we rerun that video again, please?
Chris Mason at BBC News. You've set out these milestones this morning. Immigration isn't one of them, but you have talked about it and it is in the document. And so people might wonder whether it's a priority or not. Thank you.
There are basics in government. One of them is security and security of our borders. And they're foundational. And they must be delivered. So immigration and control of immigration must be delivered. That is a foundational principle that any government must do. The missions then sit on top of that. They're the change that the government will then bring about. And so these are absolutely integral to our plan. They're the foundational stone of the plan, and they will be delivered. We'll bring in immigration down, both legal and illegal. But I take that as the basic security that any government must deliver, and we build the 5 missions, the plan for change on that. Thank you, Chris.
I mean, did that answer mean anything to you? I mean, you know what? Starmer really embodies the trying to reach a word count on an essay. I mean, he just throws any old crap out. But I think he's uniquely bad. I mean, it's what politicians do, right? But he is so bad at communication and talking to people. Now, you would have noticed that the entire media wanted to speak about immigration and why it wasn't in the 6 milestones. Of course, that's because they are obsessed with the issue. And look, it's important to people in this country, of course, but there's such a desperate push by the media and the right-wing politicians to make this everyone's number one priority. Having said that, he could have given a straightforward answer, which was, okay, immigration is important, but guess what? Most people care about their material well-being. That's why the milestones are framed around cost of living, housing, energy, education. It's such an easy answer, but he can't do that. Now, the next question.
Hello, Philippe. Hello, welcome in.
Is from Robert Peston about the cost of living.
In a parliament in modern times when real household disposable income didn't rise. I mean, it rose the lowest on record in the last parliament, and it's currently forecast by the Office for Budget. Second lowest on record in this parliament, largely because you put up employers' national insurance. So what is your target for increasing real household disposable income, living standards? Because unless you put a numerical target on it, it's a meaningless milestone.
One of the worst failures of the last government was that living standards went down. People were actually worse off at the end of the government than they were at the beginning of the government. That's unforgivable. And that's what we want to turn around, to make sure people feel they're better off. There's one thing that came across in the election. Ask people the questions on the doorsteps up and down the country. Do you feel better off? There was only one answer given to that question, which was no. And that's what we...
Lots of us still don't feel better off here, by the way. Lots of us still struggling. After functionally 4 years of the scum, lots of our communities are deprived and beaten down and worn out, and it doesn't seem you and rates are going to make it any better, really. So we're all kind of either angry or deeply depressed and wallowing, just trying to get by, essentially. I've been activated. I'm fed up of neoliberalism. Functionally, since I've been alive, basically every government has treated me like I'm some sort of lesser human. I don't have a right to have a decent standard of living, which isn't really nice. Getting othered like this is deeply wrong. Just because I don't work, that I can't contribute to society, just because I'm economically inactive, as some members of the Tory government would have said, and are more likely still saying today, doesn't make me any less a person. Okay? This country is screaming out for funding. And it doesn't look like your rates are going to fucking do that. Right? You could be filling the gaps that the Tories deliberately cut.
Tend to turn around. Stabilising the economy was an essential first step, because until you stabilise the economy, you can't build anything. On that, we then drive at living standards and drive them up. And people know when they're better off. It's one of the first things that people talk about. Of course, we'll go on. That's what the milestones are here. They all ladder up to our plan to make sure that living standards go up. But this is, I think, one of the most important people. Do people feel that they're better off? Do they feel safe? Do they feel they've got an NHS that's working for them? These are the fundamentals that I think everybody is most concerned about.
Sorry, I was falling asleep then. He does that to you. Now, our last clip, I thought was interesting because Starmer is asked about all his other pledges he made before and if they're being ditched. And it seems the journalist was just as confused as the rest of us.
The ones which are slightly puzzling. On the NHS pledge milestone, sorry. What happens to all the other ones that you backed on the NHS in the general election? Like, for instance, 4-hour waiting times for A&E.
The really simple thing they can do to fix those waiting times, they can fund the NHS. That would work. No, that capital investment into the NHS, that would expand everything. It would make it easier to get people treated in A&E. Trust me, 4 hours is quick compared to some of the times that I've heard before. Seriously. Ugh. Funding the NHS would change that. Increasing the funding. Oh, but Market, how are we meant to afford that? Tax the rich.
And can I also ask you, make a point in this document of talking about the 1.5 million homes in England.
Gary, it's one question.
Well, it's a long document. We've come a long way.
Yeah, but I mean, we're never going to... a lot of people to get through.
You change your language here on housing and you say it's hugely ambitious. Is that because you actually think the 1.5 million is a bit of a moonshot and you're not going to get there and you're preparing the ground for that?
Well, Gary, let me take all three parts of your question. Firstly, on living standards, look, nobody feels they're better off under the last government. And, you know, we just tested that on the 4th of July across the entire country. One of the main conversations on every doorstep was people saying they didn't feel better off. In fact, they felt worse.
Your ever lovely Chancellor is sticking to their same fucking economic model. She could change it. She could. Quite easily. She won't. Like a lot of you Labour people, you'd fit right in with the Tories now. There is functionally no difference between the two of yous.
Worse off. That's what we are intending to change, and that's why we've made it one of the priorities under the plan. On the second point you make about the NHS, I want to hit, because I do not accept the proposition that because you drive to deal with waiting lists, then everything else must suffer. That is part of the thinking of the last 14 years. It's part of the reason you have managed decline, because you accept that and you accept other standards can go down. I don't accept that. And that's why we're going to drive this.
Excuse me, Keir. A lot of us didn't accept it. A lot of us were very fucking angry about it. A lot of us, a lot of disabled people, were actively yelling at them. Stop trying to murder us. Stop trying to kill us, you evil, evil people. 330,000 excess deaths during austerity. Mostly disabled people. Just killing us in droves. Because they didn't fund the NHS, they treated us like subhuman, they cut our benefits, they put us into automatic review. I was on it for nearly 6 months. Myself and my super hubby without any money coming into the household, including our rent and council tax benefit. But once we went through the manual review, everything got backdated to when we got put into it. But for functionally 6 months, we had to rely on handouts, basically from our family and other social welfare funds that weren't connected to the government. That was bloody horrific. Thank God we got fucking through it. At one point, I was on about 750 calories a day. Not enough, because I had to take my pills. And the pills I was on at the time were actively destroying my stomach. So not good. the level of painkillers that I need to take to deal with my pain and agony that I go through because of my autoimmune diseases. That basically destroyed my lower GI tract, essentially. The damage is permanent to me because of that, because I have functionally not eating enough to cover my stomach and to help get the medicine digested properly. But no, they don't care. My lower intestines got fucking ruined because of them. Thanks, Tories. Actively making my health worse. Fantastic.
It's hard on delivery. That's we're going to drive through reform at the same time. But the very idea that the moment you say, I'm prioritising one thing, that is permission to let go everything else is completely wrong. It's part of the wrong thinking that we've had for years in politics, and I don't accept it for 1 minute.
Do you?
It is built into our assumptions.
I mean, I was expecting our numbers to go down.
Hello, Miso.
I apologise. I should have probably edited that better because he's so dull. He really is bad in the media, and I've been saying this for years, but I keep being reminded of how bad he is when he when we watch his speeches. Lewis. Now, we're going to speak about his performance or rhetoric in a second, but I want to ask about the 6 policies specifically. What do you make of them?
I'm annoyed at the media because, right, I get it. Immigration, I think it's an important topic. People care about it. But the fact that, I watched it live, Chris Mason's first question, just straight into immigration, when let's focus on these 6 pledges. I obviously understand why Labour or Keir Starmer might be annoyed at that because there are so many more problems than we have than talking about immigration, right? And this is almost part of like the big distraction. The NHS is crumbling. People's rents are going up. We don't have enough houses. Policing is an issue. So I actually understand why Labour's focusing on these issues, but the media are so obsessed with immigration that they're adding to this situation where it's what everybody constantly wants to focus on, and it's a distraction from the actual issues that we have. Because again, even though I accept that people are worried about immigration, and that's a fine conversation to have, the priority shouldn't be immigration. The priority should actually be the things that he is talking about. And so the media are obsessed with that. In terms of the pledges, like, I'm not going to, dismiss them for actually aiming big. I think these are some big aims, and, I hope that they achieve them. I hope they do good for the country. But I think they're still shooting themselves in the foot. But who knows? Maybe in 4.5 years' time, we could be proven wrong. They could have built 1.5 million houses, and people could have, the NHS waiting times could be down. But these are very big aims to have.
Might be.
After 14
Who
years
knows?
of Tory rule and austerity. And there's almost a part of me that wants them to achieve this, but at the same time, they're setting themselves up to fail, and therefore, setting themselves up for somebody like Reform or the Conservatives to come into power because they're setting the goal so high. And on top of that as well, they've already been in Parliament for 6 months now. Is it 6 months, 5 months? Sorry, whatever it is.
5 months.
And there's still loads of legislation that they could have been putting through by now. I understand there's been some gaps in between there. I understand that, they've had their conference season. But if they really wanted to achieve these goals, there should be so much more legislation that's getting pushed through Parliament right now. And it's not. On top of that as well, in terms of the goals that they're trying to achieve, when it comes to housing, they're massively relying just on the private sector instead of doing both. I accept that we have to use the private sector to achieve these goals, but at the same time, we should be doing both. We should be building council housing. We should be utilising this as much as we can, and we should be funding councils to build. We should be doing so many more things that we're not already doing. It's 5 or 6 months in. Where's the legislation? Where's the action? I'm not expecting houses to be built already, okay? But they don't seem to have taken that many steps to, undo the bureaucratic state like they're promising. I understand they need to, get off their feet. They're still finding their way around. That is fine. But I'm still not seeing any action. They've got 4.5 years. Where's the...
They've basically been in the government and waiting for the last 6 years, for fuck's sake. The last 5, really. Ever since 2019, when Bodo came in, they have basically been in power. They've basically been waiting. They could have had a full policy suite, and they could have appealed to a broader church, which Labour used to be. Obviously, they would never get someone like me, I'm far too left for them. I would have been culled if I was a member of the Labour Party. Mind you, I never joined in the first place. I was a member, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't paying my union dues. My sister was. She was trying to de-radicalise me, saying you can't say stuff like that. Labour's going to be different than the Tories. Really? I might have joined if they hadn't actually couped Corbyn. He had a genuine plan to actually renationalise things, which I agreed with. Basically kick out the water companies in England. Piss off. Our water is publicly owned up here. Scottish students don't pay university fees. We're getting rid of the two-child cap on benefits. Very based, I agree. Lifting thousands of children out of poverty. Well done, SNP. Even Stammer's little puppet up here, Anas Sarwar, has appealed to his boss. Maybe you and Rachel should rethink this policy. Really. And he's just doing that out of blind self-interest. Because if they keep on doing these sorts of policies, they're just going to lose us. Don't get me wrong, a lot of Scots fell for it on July the 4th. Which is deeply depressing to me. And I was a siren voice screaming at people, don't fucking trust them, they're just going to be the same. They're not going to like us. They're not going to treat us with any amount of respect. They might be slightly more nice about it. They'll be smiling while they try and destroy our country again. Obviously, the Tories actively hated us Scots. Even though some of them are Scottish, which is just deeply problematic in my opinion. Like Gove, Rory Stewart, Scottish. And the least said about Andrew Bowie, the better. Feel free to look up that little troll. Aberdeen West. Give me a second, I'll see where that little troll's from, where he represents. Do. Give him my help. West Aberdeenshire and Kincardineshire, so that's the southern part of Aberdeen, so it's just under the city itself. Let's see. It's got Lawrence, Kirk, Portlethen, Stonehaven, Bankery and Braemar in his constituency. There you go. Andrew Bowie is a detestable little troll. For fuck's sake, he's 8 years younger than me, for crying out loud. Hang on. That means he's 37. He's far too young to be a Tory, for fuck's sake. A millennial being a Tory. Scottish millennial like that. I was actually born. Hang on. Oh Christ, it's even fucking worse. He's from Arbroath. That's just outside Dundee, by the way. Arbroath is a lovely place. If you ever get the chance, please go and visit it. Known for the Declaration of Arbroath, a foundational document in Scotland. He went to the Royal Naval College and the University of Aberdeen. Oh God, he was a midshipman. He actually served in the Navy. Huh. I didn't actually know that. Oh, and he's still in the reserve. Christ's sake.
Legislation. When it comes to the NHS, it's the same problem. They're relying too much on the private sector instead of investing in new doctors. They could be expanding the limit on how many doctors are getting trained per year. Right now, I think it's about 9,500. They're not doing that. There's been no conversation about limiting, increasing the limit on how many doctors can be trained per year. They could have been, legislating for funding for nurses, for more social care workers. They could have increased the wages even further within social care, but they've increased it marginally. I don't see how any of the actions that they've taken in the last few months are going to lead to any of these successes. And again, yes, they've been in Parliament for a few months, but so many actions should have been taken by now.
I mean, yeah, when you look at the specific policies, you're right, they're not bad. I mean, the pledge to build 1.5 million new homes, that was actually more than what Jeremy Corbyn offered in 2017. Obviously, a pledge and delivering on those promises are two very separate things. But here's the issue they find themselves in, which is it doesn't matter if they announce good policies because they've lost the goodwill and trust. I mean, arguably, they never had it to begin with, but they've made it worse. And that's because Labour, and Starmer specifically, are just bad at politics. He can't sell them. He has no narrative, and people aren't going to pay attention to what he's actually offering because they are angry. I mean, we're all angry. And look, I've kind of pivoted towards vibes here, haven't I?
I don't blame people really for that.
I want to ask you about that because, I mean, we can discuss the policies back and forth, but again, because Starmer's lost that goodwill, people aren't going to listen to that, are they?
No, like I actually don't disagree with the vibes approach. I think they do need better vibes, right?
Exactly, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Keir Starmer started answering the question about was it Robert Peston's question, which is like, how are you going to measure this? And I actually agree with the response of people can just see how they feel. But again, he's so bad at answering questions. If he would have just turned around and said, people who are watching this, they don't care about the growth of the G7 compared to other countries. They don't care about all these numbers that we float around in the press, that we talk about in these briefings. What they care about is if they feel better. So if they feel better in 5 years, they will vote us in. That would be a really great, sharp response that would probably, go viral. It would probably get more attention. But no, he goes down this like technocratic, bureaucratic, boring answer when he was literally set up for the perfect response there. But again, he fails. There are all these apparent masterminds that are like behind him. Morgan McSweeney is put up in the press as this mastermind behind elections and all of this. Like, if I was Morgan McSweeney, I'd be getting Keir Starmer in lessons right now. We'd be doing practice every day. We'd be bringing in the best speechwriters. How is it that he's still answering questions the same way as he did 4 or 5 years ago? It doesn't make any sense. Are they setting him up to fail? I don't know. Do they want somebody better in? Was he just the key?
He's just a walking, talking suit, essentially. I worry who's coming next, essentially. I've got this horrible sneaking feeling it's going to be Waze. And at that point, he'll lose thousands. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100% because Wes Streeting is a little gremlin. He's a transphobe and he wants to sell off our NHS, and I won't let that happen. Over my dead body will that fucking happen. You want to destroy our NHS? Frying pan to the face. Helen actually suggested someone earlier on. They're thinking it might be Bridget Phillipson, the current Education Secretary. The three that panic me the most: Streeting, Reeves. Who else do I need to be worried about? I'll not pick Angela, I know that. She's actually quite decent with some topics. Streeting and Reeves are probably the two that I probably despise the most becoming Labour leader or becoming Prime Minister. Who else have we got in the fucking cabinet? Steve Reid, maybe? Who else? Christ, I've completely forgotten the cabinet. I'm too hooked on bloody Wes Streeting and Rachel Reeves, that's the problem. Not that Starmer's any better than the two of them. Ugh.
To getting into power to eventually replace him, to get somebody more charismatic and enthusiastic in, I don't know, because his performance does not seem to be improving. Again, I agree with going towards more of the vibes, talking about how people feel rather than floating numbers around, but again, he failed to land. He failed to land a perfect setup.
And in 2020, you had Starmer and his 10 pledges.
I'll still be here. I just need to do some stretches.
Now, just 5 months into government, he's doing another reboot. I was going to ask you, they seem to have no idea what they're doing, but you've answered that question, and you brought up Morgan McSweeney. The reason why Morgan McSweeney isn't improving Keir Starmer in terms of rhetoric and message is because these guys aren't actually good at that. What they're good at is ruthlessly destroying the left inside the party. Specifically, Morgan McSweeney, he works behind the shadows, not a public-facing guy. Obviously, I've not actually seen the guy talk. I've seen pics of him. He kind of looks like a dweeb. He probably is a dweeb. So I doubt he knows many people are really bolsterous. Say it again.
A powerful dweeb.
A powerful dweeb. So I don't know if they know about character or they know any good characters in the media, but that's not really their intention. It doesn't matter if Keir Starmer fails because Morgan's already put the foundations of setting up the Labour Party going in further to the right, which is key here. And I think, I mean, it's so easy to be populist, even if you're not naturally a populist, because obviously Keir Starmer is incredibly technocratic, but it's very easy to say, look, people don't care about these figures, right? People hear the term growth all of the time. All they care about is whether they can pay their rent and their mortgage. It's very, very simple. And he could just use that line, but I don't know why he doesn't do it. He's maybe so wedded to being a technocrat. I don't know. But all he's doing is further entrenching people's anger towards the establishment. I mean, he is very much the establishment, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And more people are going to go to reform because of it.
Yeah, definitely. And
that's better.
You know, like, again, they've only been in power for a few months. Like, it's fine. And I will keep saying that because I think it's fair.
Any exercises you can give me to help loosen up my hips a bit better so I'm not feeling so stiff, feel free to drop them. You can whack them over in my Discord, Dumped Women. so that's easier. Just put it into the general channel, I'll get to it. I usually go in and check my Discord at least 2 or 3 times a day at least. So just dump any exercises you can for my hips over there. Both my hips are kind of stiff, sweetie. So if you've got any exercises that can help just free up my hips a bit better, so I'm not stiff, so I can actually move a little bit freer. Any help is appreciated, honestly. I can't be arsed with the stiffness. It's really quite annoying.
To say that, and we can only really start measuring their performance 1 or 2 years in terms of these goals and seeing what's getting kicked off and
God
what's getting
damn it, itchy
started.
nose.
I did recently hear about Angela Rayner approving some plans that Michael Gove blocked, but at the same time, because I love bringing this person up, just the other day, there is a solar farm that's trying to be built in this town in northeast Durham called in Burnhope, and all the NIMBYs are coming together to try and get it torn down, and it would give the energy to about 15 to 20,000 homes. But guess what? The NIMBYs don't want it, and they're ganging up and they're organising to try and get rid of it because they think it'll be a bit of an eyesore. And guess what? Labour MP Luke Akehurst is supporting them and even wrote a letter to the government. So Labour's own MPs, again, are actually
Fantastic. That troglodyte. I knew he would make an appearance again somewhere. I keep on forgetting where he actually represents. Luke Akehurst is an absolute scumbag, by the way, people. He is truly despicable. I can't believe he's actually joined with the NIMBYs, which is specifically against his own party's policy by taking control of the planning permission to let these sort of things go ahead. It's when they start building the new houses anywhere that you'll really see how mad the NIMBYs can get. And I'm pretty sure that if they want to get these 1.5 million homes built, if we're to believe them, they're literally going to have to tell the local planning authorities, shut up, these houses need built. And basically say, we are taking this power from you so these houses can get done, right? Which I agree with. As long as the majority of them are social rents and not just going straight onto the market. Oh, no problem, darling. Say hi to Cappy for me. You look after yourselves, okay? Thank you for dropping by, my sweetie. I'll be streaming again tomorrow night anyway, so you can come back and say hi. But you do yours first, and if you need to do this, go and get it done. Okay? You're welcome. I am here to educate the masses after all.
going against everything that Keir's starting. He mentioned NIMBYs specifically in his speech at one point, saying, we're coming after you.
Very surprising from Luke Akehurst being a NIMBY. He loves building, but particularly likes building weapons to blow cities up.
Settlements as well.
Luke Nukem and settlements. That's surprising, actually. But do you know what? It's another thing where we can hate Luke Akehurst on. And that's one of my favourite pastimes. But we
plenty of things to hate for, trust me on that.
To cover. So let's go on to our next story. So a recent poll has come out which puts Reform ahead of the Labour Party, with the Tories on top. As you can see on your screen, the Tories are first with 26%, followed by Reform with 24%, and narrowly behind is Labour on 23%. We also have a breakdown of the numbers. In this poll, you can see that Labour are roughly even when it comes to gender, and Reform have the widest gap, with 22% of men saying they would vote Reform compared to 12% of women. Notice the don't knows, however. 41% of women are not decided, which seems like the biggest indicator here. Now, of course, this is just one poll. Does that mean Reform is actually ahead? I don't think so. However, polls have consistently shown that the Tories are ahead of Labour. Lewis, what are your thoughts about this poll? I mean, will we see a Reform government? Not this election, but maybe the next?
I love that you used the screenshot that I sent you of the data.
Is that not the
you
one?
can see what That was the same screenshot that I sent you of the data. Yeah.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah. Thank you, Lewis.
What's interesting about the data, obviously, is the gender split as well. It was twice as many yeses for reform for men versus women, which I think is interesting. There was a few tabs on that sheet, actually. One of the questions was, if there was a general election tomorrow, who would you vote for? And that's the data that is on screen. But there was another tab, which was like, if you were forced to vote, who would you vote for? And that's, I think it was a 33% that you just said don't know. It goes up to something like 68%. If people had a gun to their head, who would you vote for right now? Almost 70% of people said they don't know. And again, going back to the previous point about Labour, they've only been in power.
Gun to my head, if there was another general election, just say they called it and it happened in 6 weeks' time, SNP again, without a shadow of a doubt. Our next Holyrood elections are meant to be 2026, essentially, but Anas, at the behest of his boss, are trying to make them call it sooner, and Swinney isn't falling for it. He has that sole discretion in his hands, and you can't force him to do it, Anas, so shut the fuck up. It's entirely up to John Swinney's purview when he calls the Holyrood election, okay? He doesn't need to call it if he doesn't need to. No, it's the same as your boss. He can call a general election whenever the fuck he wants. Not that he'd do it now, of course, because they're boring, fucking in the toilet. I wonder how that's happened.
For a few months, but the fact that they can't take advantage of 14 years of Tory rule and come in and at least look somewhat competent is a bit scary for the next few years, because Reform are organising. I hate to use these words because it sounds like I'm praising them, but they're doing a good job in terms of building up their base. They are organising on the ground. They are at community centres. They're going to
because they've got the biggest mouthpiece in British politics, that's why. I'd love to gag my Nigel Farage, I swear to God. Just get him to shut up. Let us breathe for at least a day or two, so he doesn't keep on polluting our bloody media and our timeline, for crying out loud. Just, Nigel, piss off for at least a day. Leave us alone. Go and visit Clacton and see what your constituents want.
events. They're getting a lot of time in the press, too much time in the press, actually, because, again, they're favoured, especially Nigel Farage. He gets too many appearances. And on top of that as well, if you actually look into the Parliament website, you can actually see what types of questions they're submitting to the government, because they have the right to do that and the right to request information. People like Rupert Lowe, Richard Tice, they are gathering a lot of information from the government. I think Rupert Lowe, bearing in mind he's only been in Parliament a few months, has already asked over 100 questions to the government, and it's all focused around migration and data. Migration and data. It's all focused around asking questions about migration linked to criminality. They're asking all these very specific questions because they're building a case. And again, they're going to continue winning with this. Nigel Farage has got GB News, which has just taken over Sky News in terms of viewership. And on YouTube as well. I looked at the data the other day when this report came out. They're beating Sky News by double the amount of average viewers on YouTube as well, which is obviously the most popular platform in terms of video watching online. You've got Nigel Farage spitting out lies like he did the other day on GB News, saying that only 1/5 of people coming to this country are actually working. But he's kind of telling the truth but lying at the same time, because he's using the word working, because obviously he's not talking about the 450,000 students, which immediately brings it up to a majority of people in this country who come here are actually doing something. But he's using those twisted words that populists and fascists use. But at the end of the day, they are making gains. I don't think if there was an election tomorrow, they would.
Oh, I didn't know that actual number. So Helena said earlier on it was 600,000. Manfrog said earlier on 600,000, and only 16% are working. So that comes into context. 450,000 of them are foreign students who are paying student fees, a lot more than British students pay. and they're bringing in foreign capital into our universities to come here and study. He doesn't mention that number, does he? What a surprise. I don't know, it's as much as 450,000. That's a fair amount. Not bad. Foreign students, please come here. I like that. So that means 150,000. I'm sure there's a few dependents who are coming in who aren't actually old enough to work. They're children, essentially, or they're in the retirement, and they're bringing in their retirement funds into the country as well. So no, 450,000 are students, and they're all paying student fees. Bad Manfrog, bad. Look, he's twisting his words just to be an absolute ballbag. No surprise there, really.
Actually win.
No.
It's just, you know, that anti-establishment vote that people will do on polls. And again, it was just a few thousand people. But this is early days. They only just officially started getting organized a couple of months before the election, barely even that, and they've already made some good gains. And we've got the prospect of Elon Musk, which I don't necessarily think was a real story, but I think he is going to be involved in some way in the future in our elections. And it's very scary what's going to happen over the next few years. It truly is.
I mean, I think it's worth pointing out that from all the talk by Reform for our GTC, the reality is no political party is popular. I mean, they're all equally polling in the 20s. So they're all so divisive. This isn't an endorsement as such, but rather due to the party splitting. And it really shows that first past the post is finished, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Nigel Farage wasn't there for the vote, which started that he could have been a part of, and he's only been there for about 20 of them. And also another member of his party, was it Rupert Lowe, I think, who voted against PR as well.
That's really astonishing, isn't it? Like, that's voting against your interest.
Yeah.
It's funny, but...
He is a mastermind of the media, though, because ahead of missing a vote about a week and a half ago, I think it was on the smoking ban vote. I can't remember which one it was. And he already put out a tweet, and I think he said it on his show as well. He's like, oh, I'm going to get shit for not being at this vote. I know it's going to pass. And then immediately, after people call him out for not being there for the vote, all of his supporters are all over social media, they're all over TikTok saying, well, he knew it was going to pass. Like, they just eat up anything that he says. But... yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. But at the end of the day, they are making gains. I wouldn't say they're popular, but they're making gains.
No.
They get a disproportionate amount of media attention compared to someone like, you know, the Green Party who's only got one less seat than them. And they are doing a measurably good job in terms of what they want to achieve, and they've still got another 4.5 years to achieve it.
Well, that's why our political system's so broken, because before 2017, you had a multi-party system.
The reason it's broken is because first past the post is utter garbage. We need shot of it. It is crap. There's more than 2 parties now. I can think of 5 off the top of my hand. We've got Labour and Tory, obviously the dinosaurs of the political dynasty that we've been living under. And we've got SNP, Scottish Greens, and other Greens across the UK. We've got Manfrog and whatever iteration he comes up with. We've got the Lib Dems. We've also got Monster Raving Looney, who do sometimes still get elected. She does. Shanna's amazing. We have faith in Shanna. Plus, very intelligent. She has to be, she follows me.
Okay, obviously the smaller parties couldn't be in government, but you had the Lib Dems and other smaller parties gaining ground. And then there was sort of like the great sort of push back to the main parties in 2017. Labour got 40%, the Tories got 41, 42. And for a time being, it was back to like the traditional way of just Labour and the Tories. And now it's gone again because, once again, no political party is popular. And no one likes them. It's going to be winning by default. That's essentially what it is. I do want to talk more about this, but
Can I make one more very quick point?
You can make one more point before we move on.
With the first past the post system as well, you know, Labour just got in on 33.6%, and some people won their seat with as little as 30%. It's very possible Reform could come in with an even lower majority than Keir Starmer got in terms of the vote share, and still win just enough seats to get a majority in Parliament. Because people talk about this idea of like, first past the post is great because it keeps out the fringes.
No, it isn't.
But it's actually also a high risk system as well. That if the fringe just moves just above that level of fringe and gets just enough votes and splits it across multiple constituencies, they can come in with a tiny majority.
Yep, I mean, Reform are quite successful, I would say, under first past the post. So the argument that it keeps out fringes no longer holds water.
Yeah.
But we are going to move on to our next story. Actually, tell you what, before we do that, if you want to see Turn Left continue to grow, then make sure you share this video online. Tell your friends and family about us. And if you haven't subscribed, make sure that you do. Hit the notification bell because a lot of people are saying to me, I'm subscribed, but I don't know when you go live or when a video drops. So hit that sub bell. Now, there are currently many of us working voluntarily.
I know why that happens. YouTube actively suppresses channels like Turn Left. It sucks. It really does. Who would think that a capitalist media organisation blocking left-wing voices? Curious. I get the notifications. But I'm also, as you can see, I'm a member on YouTube.
And we want to be in a position where we are paid for our work. And one day, this will become our full-time jobs. This means we can upgrade our equipment, create more ambitious content, and one day have a studio. That'll be fabulous. Let's build a socialist media alternative. You can head over to turnleftmedia.co.uk/support to donate. And you can also follow us on Blue Sky. Our handle is simply @turnleftmedia.co.uk. Before we go to our third story, I want to see if we've got any interesting comments in the chat. We can bring them up. Edward Sexby, good to see you. Curtis's interview with Owen Jones was great on the subject of the nature of the Labour right. Yeah, so the reason why this has come up is because the last show was cancelled, so we did a rerun of it. It was a really good interview and it had to be cut down quite significantly because Owen Jones likes to talk. It's not a criticism, by the way. It was a lot of fun. But when you get him going on the Labour right, it's hard to stop. He's like, they are bastards. They're monsters, soulless people. And I'm trying to be professional doing an interview, but I'm there going...
I haven't actually watched that interview yet. I've been busy doing other shit. Oops. And yes, he is correct. Owen has lost no love for this current iteration of Labour. That's why he's went and joined the Greens. Thank God. Well done, Owen. Good for you. But yeah, he can tell you some fucking horror stories about what the Labour right are actually like. It does help that both of his parents are proper leftists, like my kind of proper leftists. I think his mum's still a trot, but she's a lecturer, in robotics and things like that. His mum is incredibly based. I love Owen's mum. She's awesome. Christ, maybe I should find that interview. That might be quite fun to show, because Owen does lose his rag quite easily with Labour right. He has every right to, of course.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He knows the Labour right very well. He's mingled with these people. He knows them. He knows how some of these people are the worst kind of people in politics. Let's go to another. Phil Nelson, TikTok to the young men leading to lots of contentious opinions of right leading, though they would disagree and say it's mainstream. Yep, TikTok, all algorithms essentially push right-wing content. You get it on YouTube. You get it everywhere. That's why the right seems to dominate all forms of social media. But yeah, TikTok has been a great source for a lot of people learning about Palestine. But unfortunately, there's been a great source for right-wing propaganda, and it is reaching young men. Any more comments? Jay, the deliberate government policy of raising unemployment to reduce inflation will violently hurt black people, non-black people, women, and disabled people. Yep, it's the same that, and with austerity, they disproportionately hit minority communities. When it comes to austerity, it's largely women. It kind of reminds me of the U.S. administration. Was it Nixon? And his drug policy was designed to deliberately disenfranchise people of color. So policies can be leveraged against communities. Not saying that everyone in government is doing it deliberately, but it almost doesn't matter when the outcome is the same. Scottish Soul, our current Labour feels like America's Biden administration. I'd actually say that
It does,
Biden
yeah.
is to the left of Labour because some of the policies in terms of domestic ones, Labour policies, were quite radical for the Democratic Party, that is. And had some of the strongest workers' rights since FDR. I mean, Labour wouldn't touch that. I mean, they've already watered down some pretty weak workers' rights bill under Angela Rayner. So I actually would say in some areas they're actually more progressive than Labour. But I agree, there's going to be a great sort of push to have our political system become exactly like the US, where the Labour Party is like the Democrats.
Over my dead body.
I would say reform, right now, reform of essentially the
That noise can
the Republican
piss
Party.
off.
I think that is all our comments. Thank you for them. Keep them coming in, though, because we still will be reading them even if they don't appear on our live show. Now, on to our next story. Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, was shot dead Wednesday morning in Manhattan, with the suspect still at large. Police revealed an image of the suspect in which they believe the person was staying at an Upper West Side hostel in the city. Now, no official motive has been given, but we kind of all know why, don't we? Conjecture about the motive for the killing was heightened by words scrawled on shell casings in magic marker: deny, depose, and defend. Those words refer to healthcare companies denying healthcare to people, then defending their actions. Now, it seems that most people are in agreement about what transpired, which is that the healthcare system itself, a profit-making machine where people die due to the fact that they can't afford sometimes life-saving care, is a huge issue. There also seems to be very little sympathy for the CEO. And guess what? You can include myself in that too. If you're going to ask me to feel sympathy for someone who directly killed hundreds of thousands by denying healthcare, you'll be waiting a long time. Now, this is a different position to actively supporting vigilantism, right? Which a lot of people online, including liberals, are deliberately trying to conflate. Now, some may say, well, the issue is the system rather than individuals, which is true. The American healthcare system is built to shut out poor and working class people so they die. However, the decisions within the confines of this inhumane system still makes a difference. Specifically with United Healthcare, they deny more people than any other insurer. Not only that, but United Healthcare also used AI to deny people's claims. Just over a year before United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was murdered this week in Midtown Manhattan, a lawsuit filed against the insurance giant he helmed revealed just how draconian his claims denying process had become. Last November, the estates of two former UHC patients filed suit in Minnesota alleging that the insurer used an AI algorithm to deny and override claims to elderly patients that had been approved by their doctors. The algorithm in question, known as NH Predicts, allegedly had a 90% error rate, and according to the families of the two deceased men who filed the suit, the UHC knew about it. They are truly monsters. And if the US had universal healthcare, this shooting wouldn't have happened. Now, many in our country are glad that we don't have this system for now. However, what many people don't know is that United Healthcare is involved in our NHS. This is an article from the Mirror in 2020. Donald Trump once praised a $184 billion global giant United Health Group, which divides NHS patients into high, medium and low risk groups, sparking fears people could be turned down for ops because of age or weight. They are coming for our NHS. Now, it seems that healthcare CEOs are spooked. Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield recently announced that they were no longer going to use anesthesia for the entire length of some surgeries. Blue Cross Blue Shield in Connecticut, New York, and Missouri had declared it would no longer pay for anesthesia for the full length of some surgeries. If the procedure goes over a certain time, anesthesia will not be covered for the duration. Now, since the shooting, the company has now reversed that policy, and they said this in a statement. Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield said in a statement that its decision to backpedal resulted from significant widespread misinformation about the policy. To be clear, it never was and never will be about the policy of Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield to not pay for medically necessary anaesthesia services, the statement said. The proposed update to the policy was only designed to clarify the appropriateness of anaesthesia consistent with well-established clinical guidelines.
That is bollocks. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they implemented it. They were going to do this. The longer the surgery and the more complex the surgery, you have to knock the patient out. You have to put them under general anaesthetic. You can't do certain types of surgery when the patient is still fucking awake. You can do mild sedation for, let's say, a colonoscopy. You just need to relax the patient to make it easier. To do an endoscopy, a camera down the throat, into the esophagus and down into the stomach, you have to knock some patients out. They had to knock me out when they gave me my endoscope because my gag reflex is fucking mad. They would never have been able to do endoscopy on me if they hadn't knocked me out, because I was literally choking on the camera. I'd constricted myself so much because I was panicking that badly. So they had to put me under to do the endoscopy on me. It depends on the patient, what their health conditions are like. You can't just blanket ban anaesthesia for everyone like that. That is just cruel and actively damages the surgery that's happening to the patient. So no, Blue Shield didn't say shit like that. You are not doctors. You are not anaesthetologists or surgeons. Okay?
Which is jargon for, our policy is absolutely repulsive and we thought we'd get away with it, but now we're scared. Many companies have now hidden their CEOs off their websites. Lewis, I want to ask you about this. I mean, what do you make of people's responses? I mean, should we all be bleeding our hearts out over this man who has made decisions that have directly led to the deaths of potentially thousands? Yeah, can you turn yourself up a bit? Sorry. You're still very quiet.
Hello?
There we go.
I muted my microphone while I was typing. Anyway, I saw a clip on CNN.
Oh, Lewis. What I done? It's a mistake. And I'm guessing anesthesia would probably be ridiculously expensive over in your neck of the woods, Nightingale, which, well, just like your healthcare landscape, essentially. I really do feel for you, I do. I love my NHS, it's amazing. I get treated promptly. There's people in England who have to wait for quite a bit to get to get the treatment that they desperately need. But at least we've got the NHS. I do like that. I get seen rather sharpish. Like I keep on saying, I'm very lucky and privileged to live where I do. But dear God, I can't even imagine how much anaesthesia would cost over there. Far too much. Healthcare shouldn't be for profit. It really shouldn't. Obviously, being the head of a health insurance company, the man was obviously a ghoul, in my opinion. I shed no tear for the job that he done and what the company he ran. They're all monsters to me, all monsters. But gunning someone down in the middle of Manhattan, bit dangerous. Please don't do shit like that. Campaign for a better healthcare system, if you can. I would say vote with your feet, essentially. Back candidates who want to change the healthcare system. I know that's a bit saying, well, you can do that, you can say that because you've got your NHS over there. But if enough of you actually campaign for it, it might actually start changing some shit. Yeah, I don't like the fact that someone had to go out and do that. It isn't good. Yeah, not good. Campaign against the ghouls? Yes. Protest outside the building if you like. Campaign to your representative. New York's basically Democrat, isn't it? Write to your representative. Saying change this fucked up healthcare system, please.
Earlier today, which was like CNN saying, "Oh God, the social media comments after we posted this story are awful," and they started showing all of these comments of just literally tens of thousands of people with hundreds of thousands of likes of people just telling stories about when they were denied certain claims from either United Health or various other insurance companies. And, they were trying to almost like give sympathy towards this. And I get, they can't be on TV and be like, oh, it's good that this has happened. And I would never say that either. I don't either condone or advocate for violence, but I have absolutely no sympathy for this man or anyone in his position. The response of social media to me has been interesting, to say the least. People are becoming more socially conscious, more class conscious of the situation that they're in, as these companies absolutely, it's beyond profit gouging. It's inhumane, the American health system. People getting denied for claims, as you said, based on AI. The company who very well may have won in 2016 if he didn't get screwed over by the Democratic Party, who actually had a lot of people who then voted for Trump on his side, right? He was a person who brought people together. And by now, if Bernie would have got into power, who knows how many amazing things would have happened to US healthcare if he did. But now it's getting to the point where the US healthcare system is beyond anything that anybody could have ever imagined. We've got the highest leading cause of bankruptcy in America is health-related debt. We have people, getting hit by a car and they have to pay, $20,000 for an ambulance. It's absolutely insane. The amount of stories that I've seen over the years of people, taking their own life, families being split up over debt and the stress that it causes. It's insurmountable. But the response for me, people making it into memes, expected. People making jokes online, expected. The amount of videos that I've seen, I know you don't spend too much time on TikTok. I don't know if they're coming up on your Instagram feed, but there's a joke going on right now, which is if you see him, don't say anything. We didn't see him. We don't know what he looks like. I ain't snitching. And I know people, it's very tongue in cheek, but a lot of it isn't. Like, people are actually happy about this because this guy, for me, is on the same level as a person who sells arms, like that same immoral level to me. And I get it, and I really, really get the response to this, and I have again zero sympathy.
And these people are not evil, which some pundits are trying to make it out, and it really pisses me off when they say that. Or you can disagree, but you don't have to support violence. Again, you're kind of conflating the two, like saying I really don't care that this, quite frankly, bastard has died, to I think you should go out and do it. That's a different position, right? But you just got to think all those people who've lost their lives to healthcare. Medical bankruptcy is massive in the US. Do you know how many medical bankruptcies there are in this country? 0, because we have guaranteed healthcare. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this story has kind of created a big sort of push to class consciousness, because you're seeing people across the political spectrum saying, yeah, this is good, or we don't care. And I think that's really important, because people are going to wake up to the fact that it's not just healthcare, by the way. It's this class of people, whether it's CEOs doing the bidding of billionaires or billionaires themselves, they're screwing you over. And what this person did is also prove that it was effective, because the Blue Shields company have reversed their policy on anesthesia, and CEOs are trying to hide their identities. Like, they're scared.
Oh, excuse
and
me.
They should be scared. I'm not saying they should be scared because people should go and shoot them up, but they should be scared that the working class are rising, or let's say the working class are rising.
Just to give the idea to anybody who's watching.
I would have said murdered. But yeah, assassinated, yeah. Well, he was in kind of position of power. Yeah, assassination could be described. Yeah, that would be accurate as well. Technically, he's a private citizen. I ascribe assassination to more people who are in political power, political positions, like, future, your president-elect. That would be an assassination, obviously, or your current president. That would be an assassination. Or anyone in political power, essentially. But yeah, he probably wielded quite a lot of power, so assassination could, yeah. I'll give you that. Yeah, that could be accurately. That could be accurate to say that he was assassinated. Essentially, when you boil it down to, he was murdered. What's NYPD doing to try and find this person anyway? I would assume they were trying to find this person, whoever they are. Oh yeah, definitely premeditated. Honestly, yeah, definitely premeditated. That's yeah, it's definitely looking like murder one, essentially. Because you would have to know his movements, you would have to know what he looks like, blah blah blah, where he's based, what he does. So yeah, he was probably tracking him for a good few months before he actually shot him. So yeah, that's definitely premeditated.
About like the power as well of the US healthcare and drug lobbies in America. There are rules in place. I can't remember if it's for Medicare or Medicaid or both. They're government plans for people who are either retired who get healthcare, or people who are disabled or poor. But the drug companies have managed to lobby the government so they're not allowed to negotiate drug prices.
Yes.
If a company says, oh, this is the price of the drug, there is a law in place that says the government cannot negotiate that price. It's absolutely insane. And we have drugs in this country where they've come over here, the drug companies have said, we want to sell you this drug. There was one a few years ago for, oh God, I've forgotten the name of that health condition with your lungs. Sorry, cystic fibrosis. And they wanted to sell this drug to the NHS for about £200,000 per year per patient. And obviously this drug is life-changing. It's great. But then it's just no, and managed to negotiate them down to about half of that price. They don't get that option in the US. They say it's 200 grand per person. It's 200 grand. But then on top of that, that's just the price from the drug company. That drug has to then go through the hospital, which they have to make a profit from, and then it has to go through the insurance company, and they have to make a profit off of it. And the last time I checked the data, it was about, in the UK, we spend about £3,000 to £4,000 per year on average on healthcare per person. And in the US, it's about up to about $15,000. So in around £12,000 to £13,000.
I also love as well that people say, well, it's the free market. We love the free market. Well, this is an example. There's no free market here because there's a law to say that the government cannot be sort of in competition with these private companies. Because they know, and the reason why is because they know the government is always the best in the market. They're always going to be the cheapest, and private companies can never compete with that because there's a profit motive there. So they have to like maintain this market. It's all a lot of bullshit, and the worry is it's coming over here. Like people, as I said earlier, people are like, oh, thank God for our NHS. It's happening now though. It's going to be slow, but we've got these greedy bastards with their hands on our NHS contracts, and all that's going to do is inflate the price because we need to pay shareholders their profits. And those that look to right-wing parties, and I know every party is complicit in this, the Labour Party loves their private health insurance. I'm looking at you, Wes Streeting, by the way. But people like Reform, they love privatisation of healthcare. They don't even want universal healthcare. These are the people they're in bed with. So if you support Reform, long term, their goal will be to get rid of the NHS, and we're going to move to a US.
I've said it once, and if I've said it once, I've said it a million fucking times over my dead body. Will they allowed to change the NHS? You're not singling it off. Piss off Wes and piss off Manfrog. You will literally have to kill me to try and get this through. That is the reason I exist in this world. You're not getting rid of the NHS. You can fuck off. Sorry. Too many of us rely on the NHS. If you change to the American model, I'm basically fucked at that point. The amount of pills that I'm on and the types that they are, the prices I've heard from American friends and Canadian friends about the stuff that I need to survive just to live, to actually have a semi-functioning life, I wouldn't be able to afford it. I couldn't do it. So no, over my dead body, are you getting rid of the NHS? So fuck off. And I have no problem in I say attacking, I will bombard Wedge Streeting with emails and letters, actual physical letters that I will write in my horrible chicken scrawl. Yeah. Too many of us rely on the NHS for our daily living. You're not getting rid of it. Piss off. Seriously, my handwriting is like a chicken skull. Most of my family can't read my handwriting, apparently. Yet they can read my super hubby's handwriting. It is only just marginally better than mine's.
Style system. And if you want to protect our CEOs, well, maybe we should protect universal healthcare so people don't get gunned down.
Yeah, there's also, it's obviously with the NHS thing on the Reform, I'm still surprised that that wasn't a bigger attack on Reform when they were during the election time. And I think as well, what I'm scared of perhaps for the next election is that Reform are still going to go on this NHS privatization thing. They wouldn't have done it before if they're not going to do it again. Obviously, they are going to try and push this system and sell it as the the France system, which works so well. the Americans relied, the Democrats relied way too much on hoping that just like the abortion issue would get them into power. Like, oh, he's going to take away your abortion rights. Like, vote for me. And I feel like maybe the Labour Party might rely too much on the idea that because we love the NHS so much that people can't possibly vote reform him because what they want to do to the NHS. But at the same time, we can't rest on those laurels because.
But I mean, but Labour also can't, and that's what they didn't attack them in the general election. They can't because they can't turn around and say, well, you can't trust the NHS with reform. They love their privatisation. Meanwhile, Wes Streeton saying, open up the floodgates to privatisation. And Labour are also bought off by billionaires. So they're in, they can't.
Shut up, Wes. Seriously, most of his funding for his campaigning has come from private health companies. So no. Shut up, Wes.
Attack them on that. Which is kind of the same as the Democratic Party. I mean, I would have thought maybe abortion was enough to maybe sway people to vote for Trump, for women that is, even though the majority of white women vote for Trump. But to go on these issues alone isn't enough, and that is what worries me. But I think Labour, they love their privatisation, so they're gonna increase it, and potentially in the future reform, get in government, and just finish it off.
Yeah, and on top of that, like there is no system that makes sense that's private where more profit doesn't come into it, right? Obviously, the NHS, the companies that we use, the private companies, the drug companies, obviously they still make a profit off of us, but it's capped in so many ways. It's negotiated in so many ways. Everything is regulated in certain ways, which tries to keep the prices down. Obviously, there's things that get in the way, and we're ripped off in so many ways.
One centralised block for dealing with the pharmaceutical companies like this. Just one massive block, which the NHS is, makes it so much easier. So we can basically beat down their offers of ridiculously high to mediumly high to gear this level, or you're not going to be able to sell this drug here. We're not going to buy it from you, which happens a lot for certain types. Don't get me wrong, a lot of new drugs are expensive and the R&D has to be paid back for, but if they're guaranteed this revenue from the NHS, they'll get their money over the length of time. They want their profits up front, essentially, give us the money now. But if they're guaranteed, if they come at this in good faith, they will get their profit money back. They will get their profit. It'll just take them longer to get it. Which is both good for the patient and good for them. They just need to wait for their profits to actually materialise. But no, money now.
But under a private system, look at America again. The idea of the free market will keep things cheap. It's a joke and it's ridiculous. And if anybody thinks that moving away from the current model that we've got would make things any better, maybe it will make it better for people who've got money, but it won't make it better for anybody else.
I mean, there's a famous Bernie Sanders quote in the 2016 Democratic primary. He says, I want healthcare that's rationed on your need, not on the size of your wallet. So what, you have to wait a couple of days for a hip replacement, but it's free. And I noticed, I watched a clip today that Reem Ibrahim from the IEA was platformed on the TV again saying, well, privatisation is actually good. And you're going to see figures like
no, it isn't.
People. By the way, Reem Ibrahim, she is funded by her job is the IEA. She literally gets paid to spread propaganda because the IEA is a libertarian think tank, which they don't disclose their donations, by the way, but we kind of know they're funded by private health insurers and lobby industries. She's getting paid to push the privatization agenda. Do not fall for it. They want your money. They want our money, and they want you to die for it. My producer is in my ear because we have to get onto our final story. So let's move on. Amnesty International has finally declared that Israel is committing a genocide. Amnesty International has accused
about bloody
Israel
time
of committing genocide against Palestinians during its war against Hamas in Gaza. The human rights group said Israel sought to deliberately destroy Palestinians by launching deadly attacks, demolishing vital infrastructure, and preventing the delivery of food, medicine, and other aid. It said such actions met the legal threshold for the crime of genocide. It is the first time it has made such a determination during an active armed conflict. In a report, Amnesty said Israel's actions could not be justified by Hamas's attack into Israel on the 7th of October last year, which ignited the war, or on the presence of militants in civilian areas. Amnesty said the US and other Israeli allies could be complicit in genocide and called on them to halt arms shipments. Our damning findings must serve as a wake-up call.
That includes
to the
my country as
international
well.
community. This
Fantastic.
is genocide. It must stop now. Agnes Callamard, Amnesty's International Secretary General, said in the report. Now, clearly, this is a pretty obvious statement for all of us, and this has been way overdue, even though Amnesty they've called out Israel consistently. Now, despite the clear genocide, despite the ICC arrest warrants and multiple human rights organizations, including Amnesty, calling out Israeli war crimes, we still have the media trying to push back. This is a clip of Agnes Callamard, the head of Amnesty, responding to Sky News, where they ask, how could this be a genocide if Israel is allowing aid to get through to Palestine?
It isn't. That's the point.
Your mind that the Israeli government and Israeli leaders genuinely want to wipe out the Palestinians of Gaza. That is their clear intent, and that's what they're doing. Because if that's the case, why are they calling ahead buildings that they're going to strike by the air to warn people to get out? Why are they letting in aid, albeit imperfectly, but they are letting aid in, and they have been in hundreds of trucks, they would say. That's not really compatible, surely, with a government trying to wipe out an entire race, is it?
Absolutely not true. It's absolutely not true. First of all, our investigation has shown that in the 15 cases that we have thoroughly investigated, it's only the tip of the iceberg. We have many more evidence to it. But in those 15 cases, only in one case were people told that there was gonna be an attack. So it is not at all the norm for Israeli to warn people, and warning are not amounting to taking necessary precaution. In fact, most of those warnings have been known to create chaos, to create panic. They happen in the middle of the night, which is the other thing that is characteristic of this military operation. The use of huge bombs when it is not necessary in an immensely populated area. The use of such weapon is meant to inflict the greatest number of casualties. They are used at night when people are asleep. There is no military necessity there when there are no Hamas fighters located, and they are not everywhere, sorry. So, you're talking about humanitarian aid. The little piecemeal approach to the provision of humanitarian assistance is shameful. You just need to look at the result on the ground. People have no food.
Now, on the same show, former member of the Labour right, now turned Israel spokesperson and a complete crackpot, I may add, David Menzer said,
oh dear God,
this is a classic case of anti-Semitism.
Gave his reaction to the report on Sky News. Have a listen.
This is a classic example of anti-Semitism. It is Holocaust inversion. The crimes committed against my people, Israel, are now, in turn, being accused of this same crime. The reality is that this genocide claim it just completely fails to address Hamas's genocidal rhetoric. You know, their leaders call for the eradication of Jews, the wiping of my country off the face of the earth. This report's supposed to be impartial. It's ridiculous.
So that's the ICC, ICJ, B'Tselem, and newspapers calling this out, and now Amnesty, but they're all anti-Semitic.
There he's there.
What's going on? Every human rights organization that's called out Israel hates Jewish people.
I wonder if the former defense minister...
There we go. That is the amazing emote that you get on the Justice MTG stream. That is him, David Menzer. Red with rage. He is the new spokesperson after Elon Levy fucked up too much and Netanyahu had to boot him. Now they've got this British-sounding twat spouting the same bollocks that Elon Levy did. he sounds more eloquent because he's British. Shut up, Mensa. For Christ's sake. I thought we'd dealt with you when you moved over to Israel.
Of the Likud party, who said just a few days ago that what Israel is doing is ethnic cleansing. That's the former defense minister, the guy who was in charge of the military in Israel about 10 years
So
ago.
he's anti-Semitic as well, then?
He's got to be, hasn't he? And about an hour ago or two as well, an Israeli historian who works at one of the, I think it's Tel Aviv University, and has also worked at Princeton, also came out with the claim that he believes in his personal opinion, his professional opinion, though, however, that it's also genocide. He used the word genocide. But yeah, everyone's just anti-Semitic. The funniest thing about all of this is, as you know, I've often said this, I read Israeli media every day. I want to see what the vibes are. I want to see what stories are coming out. So as I said at the beginning of the show, I was awake till 4 o'clock this morning, and I got a notification to say that the new version of the Jerusalem Post came out. And on the front of the newspaper today, they've got two things. The first thing is, NGO Monitor says that basically Amnesty is just full of shit. NGO Monitor is an Israeli-funded NGO, which was founded by a guy who has worked for Benjamin Netanyahu, has worked for the Israel Foreign Ministry, and they don't disclose where they get their funding from, but obviously they disguise it as a impartial NGO. It is not. And then just above that, it was the claim that Amnesty Israel rejects Amnesty International's report and saying it's not a genocide. If you actually look to what they say we reject the claim that it doesn't meet the definition of genocide, but we do think it meets the definition of ethnic cleansing and war crimes. But again, it's distorting the truth. It's distorting reality, and that's what That's what it's just Israel all over. It's what they do everywhere. I went on to Ynet, which is the most popular Israeli media outlet, and they reported on the same story saying Amnesty Israel rejects this claim. They didn't even bother to mention that Amnesty Israel says it's ethnic cleansing. Because they don't report on these things at all, because they favor the government. They like what they do, and they're supporting it, and they're complicit. But one thing that is very interesting is with Amnesty International is that Keir Starmer has worked for them on multiple occasions. A guy called Xander Phillips from the National Scot today published an article just a few hours ago explaining how Keir Starmer worked for them and helped write a book in 1988 referencing how much he loves working with Amnesty International. He represented Amnesty International in a case in 2006. He's done a book launch with them in 2014, and he was on a panel for them in 2016. So he clearly thinks they're credible. So I'm wondering what his response is going to be to this, because it's been over 24 hours, verging on a day and a half now, and we haven't had a response from the government. Now, am I being too optimistic to say that maybe between him and Richard Hermer, the Attorney General, who they were both human rights lawyers in the 90s together, that maybe, just maybe, the fact that they haven't responded when other countries like Germany have responded and said they're rejecting the claims, they could have come out immediately and said, we're rejecting them too, but they haven't. Am I allowed to be slightly optimistic, guys? Am I being naive that maybe they could be getting ready to take some action?
I mean, I was going to ask you, because Amnesty are usually quite cautious about labelling things as genocide, which is probably why it's taken so long. But the report is very extensive. So for them to come out and say this, that does, I guess, seem quite significant. Maybe that's played a role into the government. But then at the same time, I'm thinking, does that even matter? Because we've had 14 months of a genocide live streamed, and it's changed nothing. I mean, it is worth noting that they've kept silent. Part of it is possibly because Keir Starmer's embarrassed, because he used to work for Amnesty, but he also then said in the 90s, when Blair was in government, he said that the Labour Party or the Labour government should stop stop arms sales to Israel. He said that in the 90s, and now obviously he's literally doing it himself. Part of that is embarrassment, or do you think it's bigger than that?
Well, I really, really don't know. Obviously, we'll hopefully find out soon. The fact that we still haven't had a response, that no journalists, as far as I know, have tried to ask the question. We've had some good prominent journalists tweet this out, but others not even talking about it. I've been a bit frustrated, but as we continue to be with the media, there are some people who've covered this story and continue to cover this story well in the media, but overall they've still failed massively. But I listen to a lot of podcasts from mainstream to less mainstream, and BBC Newscast still hasn't mentioned it. News Agents, the most popular political podcast in the UK right now, still hasn't mentioned it.
I think it
I've been
was
listening to
mentioned on the
episodes
BBC
every day.
website. It was mentioned on the BBC website, then deleted, I think.
Really? Didn't see that.
So they haven't reported on it now, and that's the website as well. Because broadcast media we know is incredibly biased. Their
But
online
Victoria
stuff
Derbyshire
is a
was
little bit.
one of the first people to tweet it out.
Say that again. Sorry.
Victoria Derbyshire was one of the first people to tweet it out and actually spread some decent awareness about this.
Yeah, I mean, Victoria Derbyshire is one of the few half decent people in.
Because Victoria Derbyshire does journalism. We love it when she stands in for Laura Kay on Sundays, because Victoria is kind of based at times. We like Victoria. We stand Victoria at times. She actually took them to task on Sunday. I fucking loved it. Well done, Vicky D. Actually asking them questions, doing journalism for a change. Wow. I like that.
In the BBC.
Yeah.
But we know what we're going to get with the broadcast media on BBC. Sometimes the website is a little bit better, but there's nothing.
Yeah, and it's just absolutely shameful because you know what? Yeah, the report came out when Keir Starmer did his claims. I didn't expect anybody to ask him while he was there about that. That's fine, but there's been obviously opportunities since then. He's constantly surrounded by the media, and they still haven't come forward with a statement. And I still haven't seen any journalists ask him about this because I want to know what they think about it. But again, with the Amnesty International thing, I really want somebody to ask him the question as well, not just like, what do you think of the report, but by the way, you've worked for them on multiple occasions. You've praised them. You've referenced them.
Do you think the media are going to be that inquisitive?
Well,
do you really think they're going to do that? I mean, I think they can. I can see them doing a blanket like, "Oh, did you see this report? What do you say?" But do you really think they're going to go at Starmer that much and say, "By the way, you work for Amnesty. You were calling on the Labour government to withdraw arms to Israel. What do you say now?" It's like, would the media do that?
Yeah, and obviously, the position that they're in as well, just to side off this, obviously at the moment is the US. They're in between administrations. We know that the UK just absolutely gets on its knees for whichever administration's in power. It doesn't really matter at all, does it? And we know just from a couple of weeks ago, just in case anybody missed this story, is that when they suspended the 29 licenses out of about 350, they were put into a red category that these licenses could potentially be contributing towards war crimes and crimes against humanity. But we found out, I think it was last week in court filings, that there was actually 5 more that they identified as the red. And they allowed them to go ahead because they were for the F-35s, and the court documents specifically showed that the government was scared of what the US might think if they suspended the parts to the F-35s.
I mean, they made a whole song and dance, didn't they, saying we're suspending arms sales to Israel. 97% or 93% were kept in there. It's meaningless.
And we've got David Lammy last week, I think it was, saying there are no journalists in Gaza. They don't care.
Insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, the guy is a monster.
Yeah, like Bassan just won an Emmy for her documentary. Oh, there's no journalist in Gaza. 200, in fact, have been killed so far. 200, David Lammy. But again, this is what I mean. I jump up and down. There's a tiny part of me, it's 2%, which is hoping that maybe this Amnesty report pushes them to do something. But at the same time, I've immediately gone back to, no, nothing's going to change.
I'll keep my fingers crossed, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
I want to thank everyone who tuned in. And of course, I want to thank Lewis. Your great insights. Remember, if you haven't liked the stream already,
thank Curtis.
Do.
Thanks, Lewis.
And if you're not subscribed, then
awesome as always.
Too, hit the notification bell. And if you come back after live and drop a comment, that actually really helps the algorithm. So we'd appreciate that. So in 5 minutes time, just come back and say we love you or we hate you, whatever. That's what we want. Now, if you want to see Turn Left
we love you
to grow, then make sure you share this video online, tell your friends and family about us. And again, if you're not subscribed, make sure you do. Now, there are currently only a handful of us working voluntarily, and we want to be in a position where we are paid for our work. And one day this becomes our full-time jobs. That means we can have better equipment, a proper studio, and more ambitious content. We've done a few of those already. We've done interviews with the big guys, or a couple of the big guys anyway. We've done Vox Pops. But why aren't we doing this every week? Why don't we get big interviews every week? It takes money and time. So you can help. And one day we can have a studio so we can really build a socialist media alternative. You can support us financially by going to turnleftmedia.co.uk/support to donate. And you can follow us on Blue Sky. Again, our handle is simply at turnleftmedia.co.uk. I want to thank everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure. Sorry it's been so long. It won't happen again. And I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Curtis.
Support social justice that's there on social media.
Jam man.
Turn left.
Tired of big bulky bags of processed kibble? Or defrosting expensive meats? Ah, cold! Well...
Hmm. Oh god, I forgot it takes this fucking long. Hmm. The hell? Play. Right, let's see if it plays on actual YouTube. Oh.
We're doctors Hassan and Hussein, cosmetic dentists and owners of Smile White. And we've worked with our team of clinical experts
Back in 48, took our homes away.
Back in a
We were
minute.
uninvited, we were forced to pay. Not anymore, no, not today. Palestine, the land of the brave. Only courage is what remains. This blood runs through my veins. What you think that we're afraid? I remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea. With us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years. Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Fast forward the years and you haven't left. Now the world has seen how you made this mess. You need to leave, got the wrong address. This is Palestine, 100%. I promise I'm not backing down. The whole world sees who to blame, and now we'll stand and shout it out. I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea. With us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years. Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Oh Lord, protect our land and our homes. The world sees us and just lets us go. But one thing is for sure, you are always there. You are always there.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea. With us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years. Allah is with us. Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea.
Nana, how are these Doritos even crunchier?
I like it like that, even crunchier.
Hmm.
As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget to feed the pigeons. As you wage your wars, think of others. Do not forget those who fight for peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself with metaphors, think of others, those who have lost their right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself and say, if only I were a candle in the night.
This is for Palestine and Quds, the capital Jerusalem. Unarmed people marching to the wall and they're shooting them. Suppression is a question, resistance is the answer. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine and Quds, the capital Jerusalem. Unarmed people marching to the wall and they're shooting them. Suppression is a question, resistance is the answer. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza.
All you see is war every time you turn your head at night. There's bloodshed on the floor. Mother cries, who cries for her this time? There's truth between these walls. See the lies between the lines they hide. Where the bullets coming from the tyrants dressed in our disguise.
I'm a rider till the end, even if I gotta push back for all my friends. Cause you know that I'm a fighter, let me see a lighter. And we not gonna stop the Palestine is free. But still you know that I'm a rider till the end, even if I gotta push back for all my friends. Cause you know that I'm a fighter, let me see a lighter. And we not gonna stop the Palestine is free.
Taught to not love, taught to be blind, taught to not care. Tell me what's real. Borderlines, military despair. How to exist if there's no rights to be human in fear? And if you take away your home, where's the heart supposed to live? Taught to not love, taught to be blind, taught to not care. Tell me what's real. Borderlines, military despair. How to exist if there's no rights to be human in fear? And if you take away your home, where's the heart supposed to live?
Ibrahim Abu Thureya could resist without a wheelchair. 10-year challenge, tell Regev we are still here. Until that killer Netanyahu, he should feel fear. The old live through us and guarantee the children will care. Criminal, not invincible, and you know it's Sarmadoon still sitting in their stoic. May not feel us with you when you listen to our poems. You inspire humanity, your resistance is heroic regardless of talk. Here's time we answer the call. Through your strength of spirit, you provide example for all. How to live, how to love when attacked from the clouds above. Loud and clear, the songs you sung can't be drowned by the sound of guns. Won't just watch your tragic times through a satellite dish. The least that we can give you is an anthem like this. They panic tried to analyze and sanitize this, but we love you more than ever. Still, Palestine lives.
No change, no, run away, away, oh. All the hate to face, oh. Time to change this state, oh. No change, no, run away, away, oh. All the hate to face, oh. Time to change this state, oh. No change, no.
Continuing oppression of the Palestinians, encircling of the people of Gaza, killing of civilians, the burning of homes, the daily oppression, the theft of land, the apartheid system in the West Bank, where there are two road systems, and I've been, and I'm sure you have, and you see the Israeli road, you see like a spanking new highway with just the settler cars going backwards and forwards, then you see the old Palestinian roads, and it's people living under two sets of laws. An apartheid system. So all this is being uncovered, and the boycotts and divestment and sanctions campaign, which I support and I'm sure many other people do, as a peaceful protest against the Israeli oppression. Support groups have got to keep proclaiming the rights of the Palestinians are the right to return, the right to their homeland, really. And the theft of land is, Israel is breaking international law, it is breaking the Geneva Convention.
With Klarna, you can get old deals that spread your budget as far as my legendary wingspan. That's approximately 90.
Oh my God. When did he do this? Fucking hell, 5 years ago.
I now look to Loki to continue the case for the opposition.
Hi, thank you very much. No worries, let's save time. So thank you. To start with, I would really love to bring some reality back to this conversation. Oxford University, with all of the illustrious history that it has, surely it can come up with something less reductive than the Arab world to refer to millions of human beings. I'm sorry. Surely we have consensus here that human beings are interconnected and interdependent, and in fact the planet is not split into separate worlds. We've come far enough. No? The point I would like to make is that there are three major problems with the premise of this debate. So, number one, as I said, upon the basis of the planet not being split into separate worlds, we know that as inheritors of Ugaritic lineage, a language thousands of years old, believed to be the precursor to Hebrew and Phoenician, Palestinians, as other Arabic speakers, enjoy a special solidarity. That's undeniable. If we look at recent polls, what does it say? 91% of respondents of the poll carried out in Arabic-speaking societies said that Israel was the greatest threat to their security. That's 91% of respondents. 87% of respondents said that they would oppose their countries recognizing Israel on a diplomatic basis. 77% of them said that the Palestinian cause concerns all Arabs and not the Palestinian people here. So let's be absolutely unambiguously clear. All of the negotiations that have taken place and the Saudi peace deal that was spoken about here would only be achieved through dictatorial imposition. I'm sorry, Oxford Union, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, on one hand, that the Arab world needs more democracy, but on the other hand, that those governments that exist through military dictatorial imposition are somehow representative of the populations they rule. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense. What are the main points that people that responded to this poll have with the Palestinian cause? They say, number one, Article 11, UN Resolution 194. The Palestinians have the right to return home. It is affirmed again and again and again. What else do they say? They say that when they see Palestinians trying to return home, 70% of the population of Gaza are refugees. When they try to return home and are targeted in complete violation of Protocol 1 amendment of the Geneva Conventions. They see Palestinians being prevented from returning to their homes, being prohibited under the Apartheid Convention and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. And it's in fact Human Rights Watch made absolutely clear that the people on the Great March of Return were not armed. However, what else do people in Arabic-speaking societies say? They say that UN Resolution 3246 makes absolutely clear that the Palestinians have the right to armed resistance as an occupied people. What would we say that the British mandate, being the author of the apartheid reality that the Palestinians live under now, when we look at this fact that the United States giving $3.3 billion in aid to Israel in 2019, this year, and $38 billion over a decade, would it be conceivable for us to use such reductive phrases as the Anglo-Saxon world has failed the Palestinians? No, it wouldn't. When we look at the billions worth of trade which exists between the State of Israel and the EU, when we look at Avigdor Lieberman even suggesting that Israel joins the EU, and even Berlusconi when he was leading Italy saying Israel should join the EU. Would we ever say the European world has failed the Palestinians? No, we would not. The other point, main problem with this is the deficit of democracy and the correlation that exists between Arab governments that have more democratic accountability and their stand with the Palestinian cause. When people took to Tahrir Square in Egypt, did we support them? Yes, we did. What was the main nucleus of those movements that took to the street? They were people that were set up as popular committees in solidarity with the Palestinian Intifada of 2000. When we look at what happened in Tunisia, and we see that the first president of democratic Tunisia following the revolution, Mohamed Marzouki, what did he do in 2015? He boarded a boat and tried to break the illegal siege of Gaza. What happened to that democrat? He was detained by the Israelis and deported and not allowed to enter Gaza as he wished. When we look at the democratically elected government in Egypt, what was their stance in 2012 when Israel were bombing a defenseless population? They sent the Prime Minister of Egypt at that time, Hisham Kandil, to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. There were over 14 sabotage operations against the gas pipeline going from Egypt to Israel. 40 to 50% of Israel's gas came from Egypt at that time. And it was sabotaged. By who? By Egyptian citizens who said, you know what? We don't want to sell gas to Israel, actually. That's our democratic will. And the democratically elected government at that time cut off that pipeline, and still to this day, it does not run. You know why? Because these types of relations between Israel and Arabic-speaking states can only be achieved through dictatorial military imposition. That's the truth of the matter, whether you like it or not. It's just what it is. So we look also, we see clearly that Palestinian solidarity in Arabic-speaking countries not only has been discouraged by governments who have been actively managing an unjust arrangement, we also see that Israel's assassination programs have gone all over the world, from Egypt to Jordan to Germany to Uruguay to Lebanon to Italy to France to Cyprus to Greece to Norway, Brazil, Tunisia, Belgium, Malta, and believed also Iran. How is it possible that solidarity with Palestinians can be discouraged to such an extent? It doesn't happen in a vacuum. And as I said before, these governments that are dictatorships are not representatives of the people. And the third major problem with this premise is when using the word failure, you assign a level of nobility to the intention of those who have been carrying out these negotiations with very, very limited levels of legitimacy. And that is, of course, a problem. What's the reality on the ground? 440 Israeli colonies in the West Bank, over 500,000 settlers illegally in the West Bank, 565 checkpoints, 300 flying checkpoints, Israeli settlements using 80% of the available water, and since 1967, Israel has constructed 133 military bases. That is what these negotiations have served as, a subterfuge to allow the continued expansion of Israeli colonization in Palestinian land and dispossession of Palestinian people. I call completely unambiguously for you to very clearly reject this motion, because you are not just condemning the government of Saudi Arabia or these dictatorships around the world, you are actually condemning the person who opens up their home to the Palestinians, who supports the Palestinians, who loves them in spite of this situation where they are being encouraged in a top-down, not bottom-up way, top-down way to reject Palestinians' legitimate aspirations. Thank you very much.
One more song, and I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I have to leave the house today. So I need to wash the hair and wash the self and put on pretty clothing. Well, not pretty clothing. I'm wearing jeans and a long sleeve top, essentially. Oh, I will show you the top. It is a pretty top. It's a pretty blue top. Flowers on it. Plus it's pure cotton. To keep this poor blighted woman warm. Ah. Macklemore. Where away? It's all. Thank you. Thank you, my comrades. Thank you. Dear God, it is 5 to 6 here in good old Blighty. I'm going to have to love you and leave yous. Mwah. I'll be back at midnight. Hopefully feeling a little bit better. Sorry about the coughing. The flat that I usually live in is damp and mouldering hellhole of a place, but it is currently getting fixed. And I'm now in somewhere that doesn't have damp. Only problem is 22 floors fucking up. I'm nearly 700 foot in the air. I hate being this high. I'm scared of heights. I do not look out the window because I will fucking throw up. Seriously, I've climbed Monroes that are higher than this and that felt safer. I think the main problem is this was built by people. This was built by humans. And sometimes humans are flawed, as people know. Mansions were built by nature. They are meant to last. Sometimes buildings don't, for obvious reasons. Case in point, Grenfell. But that was just greed. Those people did need to die. So I will leave you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see